welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the Ursasaurus Cup number 4. Your weekly dose of Open StarCraft. I'm of course your VIP. With me, I'm joined by the people in the chat, by the players as well, and by my lovely plushies. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Good morning, one and all, to your, again, weekly dose of Open StarCraft. We do have an open bracket. The bracket is live. The bracket is massive and full of so many players. We are jumping into our first series. After this first series, we'll go over the bracket itself. We'll go over all these matches, and we can embrace all the games that are going on. There's a lot happening. There is a lot happening. Had a hard time picking, had a hard time choosing, but we are jumping into our first series, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Side Delta, we have your South Korean Protoss, the blue Protoss player. It is Rebellion. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Costa Rican Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team License to Kill, LTK. It is Eon. Here we go. The Open Cups, they continue, papi, they continue. We started, of course, on Sunday with the Sparkling Tuna Cup, followed by Tenacious Turtle Tussle, followed by the Wardy TV Monday, and now we are here to end the marathon with the Ursasaurus Cup. Oh boy, it's it's been an intense couple of days, as it always is, of course, back to back, and now we're here to embrace the finale here, the end of the kind of Open Cup marathon with the Ursasaurus Cup. Shout out, of course, to Ursa TV and to Stegosaurus as well for funding the event, for sponsoring the event, and making it possible, making it a reality. Much love to Ursasaurus, to Ursa TV and to Stegosaurus. Much love. As a result, I need to set up the logo spot. As a result, we do have the hairy dinosaur. It's beautiful. It's amazing. Love to see it. I do love to see it. Until then, we're embracing our first series. It is going to be more or less a standard opener here from our Zerg player, Hatch Gas Pool. Likewise, a Gate Expanded from Rebellion. Rebellion is known for his aggression off of 2 and 3 bases, is known for mid-game aggression in general. Likewise, Eon is known for being a bit of a more cheesy Zerg player as well. I'm sure this initial series is going to be a spicy one. I'm sure we're ready to pop off. I'm curious, what builds our players would decide to embrace? Just catching up in the chat. Hello, baby lings. Hello, Ophidian. I see Tater Tutor as well. Mr. Calculon, welcome. Good to see you all. Bienvenidos. Good morning. Good morning, one and all. As Eon does take the third. Again, so not going for any kind of crazy 2-base all-in. Taking his third base, droning up as well, saturating himself. And Rebellion opts to go for his tech of choice. It's going to be a Stargate opener out of our Protoss player. Not a Twilight Council, not a Robo. So far, everything looking as it should. We're calming down. Calming things down. I feel like last night I was a little bit spoiled. We had some crazy builds by players from the likes of Max Packs, from Nightmare. Nightmare, of course, is signed up for this tournament as well. I'm sure we'll be able to embrace his play in the coming matches. For now, everything's looking as it should. We do have our Adept moving out across the map, designed to scout, designed to get an eye on what Eon is up to. I do think it's quite important here, just because Eon is known for aggression. At any moment, he can take extra gases, he can take a fast lair, can throw down an early Roach Warren. I'm not familiar if I don't actually know if Rebellion is familiar with Eon, so we'll see if he's put on notice. Meanwhile, across the map, that is going to be a Void Ray opener at Rebellion, not an Oracle. Interesting. Okay. First things first, with the Void Ray opener, the build, of course, the initial start is designed to hunt down these overlords, is designed to keep Eon in the dark. We can follow this up with a Fleet Beacon into a Tempest Rush. This can go into a second Stargate, into Mass Void Ray, or it can go into a fast Twilight Council. Okay, Rebellion, I see you. Fast Twilight Council out of our Protoss. This, oh my god, should be leading into Glaive Adepts, a very aggressive, very assertive follow-up. We could see something wild like Charge and Immortal Production or additional Gateways. I'm still leaning towards Adepts though. Adepts more or less. Void Ray does get one Overlord already. Roach Warren gets thrown down. Very safe Roach Warren timing around the 4-minute mark. Nicely timed here by Eon, playing it very carefully. Going for the lair follow-up. Spore Crawlers are finishing up as well. The spores are a little bit early is what I will say, but at least they're going to be in position in case it was going to be an Oracle follow-up or it was going to be DTs. We can see, though, Glaive Adepts. As I mentioned before, Glaives is more what we were expecting. Third base is being taken. This is not an all-in by any means, but this is designed to get some economic damage done. This needs economic damage. If this fails to do so, then Rebellion is going to be vulnerable to a counterattack. As Eon is taking a 4th expansion, is still droning up, getting another Spore Crawler. I am a little bit concerned. Right now, Eon is in the midst of droning, and if he drones too much, if he doesn't make any lings to defend, any safety lings or even roaches, then Eon is going to be caught with his pants down, and these adepts are going to snowball out of control. The adepts are amassing as we speak. Void Ray gets eyes on the 4th, should drag the Queens over, and Queen's forced to respond. Really just keeping Eon on his toes. Despite the fast Roach Warren, still only drone production for Eon. Oh. And Eon, he has no Link to scat, he has no Overlord to scat. I mean, of course not, because of the Void Ray. And Eon is still droning. We just now have 3 Roaches in production. I don't think that's going to be enough. He's still droning! No! He's still droning. He's getting a Spire as well. +1 range, Roach speed. Adepts have arrived, and there's nothing to defend. Eon, he has been a little bit too greedy here. He's been heavily droning up. The Queen is going to go down. Eon does actually pull away the workers, does save the majority of his mineral line. But that's only at the 3rd, and what about here at the natural? Oh, as Adepts get into the mineral lines, immediately 7, 8 drones going down, and this is merely only the beginning. Even Roaches are falling. The Roach count is just not high enough. Adepts shade into the main, more drone kills, and this is getting out of hand. This is getting out of control here. Again, Eon just didn't know what was going on. He was cutting corners, he was being greedy. And we're not done. We're not done, Pappy. 17 drone kills, shading back into the main base as well. Back and forth. Catching out Queens, catching out Roaches. I mean, sure, the Spire is done. Mutas can be on the way, but Phoenix production has already begun for Rebellion. He's scattered everything he needed to. He's laying siege upon the 4th base as well. 18 drone kills. We could even head back into the mineral line. Rebellion will threaten another dive. This is already insane damage. Rebellion is he's just going to target down as many more workers as he can. 5, 6 more drone kills. And that is a kill on the 4th hatchery as well. I'm afraid to look, but that was 24 drones, 5 Roaches, 3 Queens, and a hatchery. Alongside those Lings, insane damage. And Rebellion, all he has to do is survive. All he has to do is survive the counterattack. He's got a Robo on the way for Immortals. He's banking on more Stalkers. Blink is already done, +1, almost done as well. Eon, he spots the main army, and he cannot touch it. He has to back off. He cannot engage with all these Stalkers. He's going to attempt to, but alas, is going to be punished for it. Yeah, the Roaches are all going to be cleaned up. It's going to take down like 1 or 2 Stalkers. Not much more than that. And even though Eon's all in, there's just not really much he can go for. I mean, he's going for an Infestation Bit. I'm curious if that's going to be for Infestors, for Fungal Growths, maybe Swarm Hosts. There are a couple of options available here for Eon. None of them amazing. As Rebellion is going for a counterattack. Roaches have amassed. And Rebellion is still just taking up. You know, we have Charge on the way, Temple Archives on the way, 4th expansion. And Eon doesn't have enough Roaches to hold on. We'll save the 3rd, but there is no 4th. There is no 4th hatchery. Adepts shade into the natural, getting another drone. Another couple of drones. There's going to be 3 more workers going down. Now, what I will say is that a chance here, and an opportunity for Rebellion is for Eon is if Rebellion is too greedy. If he takes his expansion, if he takes up too heavily, if he starts working towards, I don't know, Sky Toss, for example, and if he misses Warpins, then maybe Eon can snowball out of control with an all-in. But is relying on kind of Rebellion making mistakes in that sense. Heavily supply blocked, we have 7 Overlords on the way. And Eon is going into Mass Muta. I mean, hey, he had that Muta tech from earlier. He had that Spire. So Mutas are banking up. Rebellion has a cannon in the natural. He has a cannon in the main. 3rd base likewise cannons as well. That's not designed to kill the Mutas, but designed to just buy time. Buy time for Rebellion to respond. The Phoenixes. As they do move out. Getting an Overlord. Getting a second. The Mutas, they have to respond. Oh, and now Rebellion, he knows to make additional Phoenixes. Does spot the Muta count. Fleet Beacon's on the way. That's going to be for Phoenix range. Eon does have a comparable army size and army supply, but a lot of that is inflated because of those roaches. And Eon, he will dive into the main. And more cannons on the way. Does get a couple of probes, not bad. 5 probe kills. The Phoenixes, they can respond. But, oh god. Yeah, and the Mutas, they melt before the Phoenixes. They get 7 probe kills, up to 9 probes. They'll get cleaned up, and now Rebellion can focus on this push. Storm has completed. And that's a lot of Storm. That's 4 High Templar, each with at least 1. Roaches are coming in. They dive on the High Templar. Massive Storms. They soften up the Roaches. And we're going to be able to clean everything up. Yeah, the Stalkers, they just blink on top. No fear. And GG Rebellion will take game number 1. GG. Again, Rebellion going for a very cheeky build, going for a Void Ray opener into Glaver Depths. Unfortunately, even though Eon did have a very safe timing with the Roach Warren, remember it was a 4-minute Roach Warren, which was, you know, a nicely timed Roach Warren, he was droning. He was droning up quite heavily, and as a result, he had nothing to defend against those Adepts. Unfortunately, he had nothing to scout. I mean, that's the power of the Void Ray opener, is the Void Ray hunts down all the Overlords, makes it that much more difficult to scout, that much more difficult to get a read of what's going on. And as a result, Eon was caught with his pants down. Not like this. And now we're getting into game number 2. As we get into game 2, a shout out to C Grail in the chat. Papi God, thank you so much for resubscribing for 20 months. That's a lot of months. Gracias, papi, gracias. Good to see you. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Shout out to, I see C Grail. I see Maestro Slowbro as well. Get that. Good to see you once again. Base to restart as well. Rowdy. Hello, Rowdy. Get that. Get that. Payfair as well. Welcome. Bienvenidos. Bienvenidos. Good morning. As we're jumping into game number 2, and again, I don't feel like we've really got we really were able to allow Eon to get into his game in game 1 and really show us what he's made of. I'm hoping he can do so here in game number 2. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Brodos player, the Blue Brodos, representing himself, currently teamless. It is Rebellion. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the Red Zerg player, representing Team License to Kill. It is Eon. Costa Rica. Let's go. And again, before Eon could really get into his own build and get into his own game, he was kind of stifled and he was shut down. And this time, Eon going for a gas first. Let's go. Is going to be a gas opener here out of Eon. Gas into spawning pool into a more delayed hatchery. And Rebellion will come in with the first scout. Rebellion will confirm. Now, this can be a couple different things. This could be fast link speed into just droning. This could be for a fast lair. Could be for a fast Roach Warren. Could be for a Bane, a Bane bust as well. Eon has options. Does have options with how aggressive he wants to be. Will be expanding, and it's on Rebellion to try to piece together what exactly Eon is up to. What is he going for? So Probe is just patrolling. Trying to get as much scan information as possible. We have our initial links on the way. Rebellion back at home, just gate cyber expands. More delayed expansion here by Rebellion. Upon seeing the opener, does go for the fastest cyber core, does fully wall off. Say fully wall off, throws down the gateway. He's on hold position. Does skip the initial zealot, interesting, going for the adept instead. And Lings are moving out. Behind this, Eon, he pulls out. Okay, he pulls out of gas. It's only Ling speed. There's no further tech behind this, just Ling speed. And from here, he can go for a Link Flood or just drone. He's moving out. Shield battery is on the way. Eon is making more Lings. That is more Lings on the way for Eon, and is he going to make more from here? Yeah, he's link footing. He doesn't. Oh, he's not just link footing. The boys are being pulled as well. It's all or nothing for Eon. One way or another, the game will end. Now, the downside is that Rebellion's playing very safe. He already has a shield battery, soon to be an overcharge available as well. It's not going to be easy to break this position. Stalkers are in production. Second shield battery on the way. Probe is in position to wall off. Not like this. And Rebellion, oh yeah, he will have time. Does wall off. It drones, they try to drone drill past, but alas, the wall is solid. There's a shield battery, yeah, there's a shield battery as well, and Eon, he's not going to get much done here. He's going to attempt to. But with an attempt with 2 Stalkers, with 2 shield batteries, soon to be 3 shield batteries, and this wall is still looking quite strong. I mean, the gateway's taking some damage, but there's the overcharge, keeping the gateway alive. The Lings melt, the drones, they're not breaking through. Up! They do actually manage to mineral wolf pass, but yeah, GG gets called. GG gets called, and Rebellion will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Again, a really solid response out of Rebellion. I'm playing it very safe. Remember, he did scout the initial gas first, so he knew to be careful. That's why he had already walled up. He had a probe in position as well. Didn't quite scout and didn't quite get confirmation of what was going on, but was ready for it nonetheless. GG. GG, well played. Rebellion does take it. My condolences to Eon. You know, got a lot of love for Eon here, and he definitely can take it to Rebellion, but was just really unfortunate in game 1 that he was caught with his pants down. And here in game 2, Rebellion was just really safe. I do want to say that maybe Rebellion is more familiar with Eon. I mean, they're both very active players in the online tournament scene, so I'm sure they faced off before, and Rebellion looking solid. Does look solid. GG, well played. With that, we have our first round wrapping up, and there's a lot to go over. there's a lot to go over. Let's have a look at the bracket. Exclamation mark and be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. We have a lot of updates to go over, and just a lot of the bracket to really embrace. Now, first things first. Someone has finished their vacation. Someone is back after like a month hiatus. I want to say it's been around a month, and that is Hero. Hero, the South Korean Protoss player. He has been absent from all online tournaments, from, you know, events like KSL, from events like the Wardy TV events, from the Ursasaurus Cup, from Sparkling Tuna Cup, from all these online open tournaments. Hero has been absent, and now he's back. Basically, he's been taking a break ever since EWC. I don't blame him. You know, EWC was a very big, a very intense event. Hero did kind of, you know, go on vacation. A lot of players did, to be fair. You know, Clem went to Greece. Solar went to the beach. Dark spent some time with his family as well. So a lot of people did kind of take breaks, but Hero has returned. He has returned, and I do hope to catch some Hero action later on. I have missed him dearly. Scrolling down, we have Mute versus Inexorable. Winner faces off against the winner of Hero, Macro, and Soita. Scrolling down, we have Shameless. Shameless, of course, the up-and-coming young European talent, is still waiting for his opponent. We have Maples versus Bob Myoja. Scrolling down, we have Shin waiting for the winner of J Money and I was. But Shin is waiting for that series. Likewise, we have Lunacy versus Bums. I was tempted to jump on that. Not gonna lie, I was tempted to jump on Lunacy versus Bums into Shin, but alas, we went for our respective series. Scrolling down, we have Nightmare waiting for the winner of Veritate and Nestor. We have Meowredoom up against Rex. We have Dark. That's another big return. Dark also went on hiatus. Dark, I say hiatus. He took like a week off. He took like a week off. He was still playing in KSLs and stuff like that. But last week, Dark was MIA, and now Dark has returned. He has returned from his short break. Great to see him again. We saw him last night. Last night, he was, of course, competing in the Wardy TV Monday. Now, this morning, he wakes up for the Ursasaurus Cup. So good to see Dark once again. It is not feeling a little bit more like ESL Open Cup Americas. I say that we are missing some European players. I just realized there are some Europeans that did not stay up like they usually do. Clem and Max Packs. I was expecting them to see them once again this morning, just because they usually go full degen, but not today. Not today. They tuck it out. They tuck it out, getting some rest, getting some sleep. And not quite here. Scrolling down, we have our series. Rebellion took down Eon 2-0. Rebellion is waiting for the winner of Dark, Medic, and Su. So again, that could go either way, but Dark is going to be favored to make a deeper run. Scrolling down, we have Estrella versus Full Heart. We have Eggs versus Cristiano, which is about to begin. We have Beyond getting a walkover. Beyond already in the further rounds, waiting for the winner of Pig and Teeble. We have Geralt versus Luna. Geralt versus, I was going to say Cristiano. Luciano. And Nice waiting for the winner of Ryojin and Taragiba. Nice, it's great to see him back. We did hear that Nice did retire, but every now and then Nice, he pops in. So much love here to see that Nice, he at least has returned after a bit of a hiatus. Playing in this week's Ursasaurus Cup. Good to see him back. Good to see him return. But we have some downtime. Ideally, we wanted to cover Rebellion versus Eon into Dark, but Dark is still waiting for his opponent. The first round is still underway. A lot of matches are finishing up, that is true, but there's still a lot more to come. So we might have to find another series. Might have to kind of hop on over and try to find, yeah, another pair of players. There are a couple that are tempting. Let's see who's online. Oh. So I am tempted to jump into Cristiano versus Eggs. That is a nice kind of Colombia versus Chile kind of Latin American series. That looks like a lot of fun. I say that Eggs is not in game. He might be laddering. He might be like in a ladder game or something. I think I saw him go online. Am I crazy? Like I thought I saw his stream go online. Let's have a look here. El huevito. I guess not. I guess not. So there might be a walkover instead, which would be a shame, but it's possible that Cristiano might just get the walkover over Eggs. Luciano versus Geralt, I think that's about to begin. That's going to be a spicy TVP. So again, Chile versus Poland in that series. Otherwise, we might just wait for a series instead. So yeah, we got a choice to make. We got to figure out where we're going. Lunacy's in a 21-minute game? No shot. That's tempting. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I guess until then. Oh, it looks like Mutant and Inexorable the mid-series. It's catching up. Clem is playing Deadlock with Roddy. Oh my god. What an animal, Poppy. Okay. So I like how I was like, oh, maybe Clem isn't a degen. Maybe he's not gonna like stay up until 7 a.m. in the morning playing games. Maybe. No, he is. Of course he is. just playing different games. I see. My mistake. I'm sure that probably means MaxPax also is doing the same. And I shouldn't just assume that they've gone to bed like a human being. I shouldn't make that assumption. My bad. Yeah. No, Beyond is there. Beyond, oh, he's about to begin versus Teeble. Beyond versus Teeble is about to begin. I'm sure Pig will be jumping on that series. Yo, did MaxPax lose to Rex? Let's go. Yo, what? When did that happen? Did that happen in the KFC? No shot. No shot. Did that happen? No, he defeated Rex. Okay. Crazy. No, he did. Let's go. Rex is popping off, clowning on MaxPax. It's like it's fine. You know, MaxPax. He's just he's jet lagged. Busy traveling, all that good stuff. That's so hype. Oh my god. Big shout out to Rex. Big shout out. Just still trying to look for a series though. Trying to look for a match. I mean, I guess we might just hop over to Geralt, I guess. Yeah. We'll just hop over. Alright, I'm jumping in. We are jumping in. Okay, so the teams might be a little bit wonky, so I do apologize for that. Just quickly trying to set up. Beautiful. Okay, as spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Psystorm Gaming. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Chilean Terran player, the blue Terran, representing Infernales Esports. It is Luciano. If you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's time for predictions to be open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. I apologize for not having predictions for the previous series, but we will at least have it for this TVP. So we do settle in. Again, I was looking at Cristiano versus Eggs, but it looks like Eggs is not available, so there might be a walkover there. A little bit of a feels bad, man. Otherwise, that would have been my go-to series. Cristiano, you know, he's our boy. He's our boy. Would be there for him. We're so good. Here we go. As Geralt is moving out with his initial probe scout. Luciano back at home going for an economic opener, going for a Rax expand. Everything so far looking as it should. But I hope someone casted that Rex series. I hope someone did. I don't know how many people cover the KFC, but someone should have been casting Rex. Deserving to be casted. Hopefully. But now we're going to be settling in. And again, coming into this series, I would slightly favor Geralt here. I mean, Geralt is maybe a little bit more sleep deprived. He has been staying up, competing a lot of tournaments here tonight. But we'll see. We'll see if Luciano can kind of bring the Latino America to Geralt. Let's go. But now he's going for his natural, going for his CC on the low ground. Zelda's moving out to delay the command center. And the CC's gonna be, the SCV's gonna be forced back. Forced to pull some extra boys. Behind this Reaper gets caught out by the Adept. Yeah, rough start here for Luciano. Does get caught out. Reaper goes down. SCV goes down as well. Big delay on the CC. And the Adept is on the horizon here to just keep the pressure up, to keep the SCVs at bay, and to delay the command center for as long as possible. So far, a strong start for Geralt. The Cyclone is on the way. The Cyclone will shut this down. But until then, yeah, the reactor's under fire. Cyclone's still a ways up. Oh, another SCV almost going down. Luciano able to save it. Stalker has arrived, and yeah, this is becoming far too much, far too quickly. Luciano, he won't die here, but this is a lot of damage, and it is piling up. Not like this. Not like this, man. Likewise, Geralt attempting to force a cancel on the expansion. That should not happen. The CC should be saved, but that's a big should, Patty. No shot. Third CC's on the way. Cyclone has arrived, and it looks like the command center should finish up. I say that another Stalker arrives. No, not like this. The Cyclone. Cyclone's under fire. Okay, second Cyclone has made it. Okay, Luciano, he should be okay. Should clean this up. Takes out the Adept, forces back the Stalkers. And Luciano's response is a wild one. That is a fast 3rd CC off of a 1-1-1. I mean, it makes sense just because he's taken a lot of damage. There's a massive delay on the command center. Behind this Geralt, he's up 10 workers. He has a fully saturated natural. Getting to his gateways, his robo, Twilight Council is done. Blink is on the way. 3rd Nexus as well. Geralt is looking so comfortable. So Luciano, he had to cut corners. It's a really bold corner to cut by rushing into the 3rd base like this. If he can get away with it, he can get into this game. Luciano can get back in. Oh, not like this! No! Not like this, though, as the medevac gets caught out. The Stalker shut it down. GG gets caught, game-ending damage, and Geralt will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Geralt will take the first game. Again, just a really rough start for Luciano. Initially losing the Reaper, losing the SCV, losing another, losing control of the low ground, specifically skipping out on Marine production as well. Because he skipped his Marines, he had no units until the Cyclone arrived. It was greedy. It was a little bit greedy there from Luciano, and he was punished for that greed. And with that, GG, well played. GG, well played. Geralt does take a lead in the series, and we'll see if he can keep on going. As we're getting into game number 2. Getting into that second game. And I'm hoping for a back and forth, but the pressure is now on Luciano to tighten things up and to actually get into his game. Game 1 almost reminded me, I mean, it felt pretty similar to game 1 between Eon and Rebellion, where Eon was kind of getting into his own build and he was caught with his pants down. Very similar here, except, of course, it was a shorter game, but just kind of very similar setup there, where we weren't able to kind of see the breadth of play of one of our players. And we'll see if that trend continues. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Goldenora, we have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Sidestorm Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is Geralt. Ooh, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, sending out 2 SCVs, going for a proxy, 2 racks. We have the Chilean Terran player, the blue Terran, representing Infernales Esports. It is Luciano. Let's go. The Raxes are being thrown down after a very chaotic and very short game 1. Luciano wants to turn the tables on Geralt. We'll see if he can. As interesting. Okay, so we have 1 Rax back at home, and Luciano is going to be walling up and walling off. Very interesting. Behind this, we do have 2 more Raxes on the way. I believe this is going to be a 3 racks, 1 base all in. I believe Luciano will pull the boys with this. What I'm referring to is this is Mass Marine. No gas. 0 gases for Luciano. So I'm pretty sure he intends to pull the boys with this. Once he builds up Marines. Oh boy. I believe we have seen this build before. I think when we've seen this build previously, I think we've seen like 4 racks variations from Hon Mono. That hits a little bit later. So probe has arrived. The Raxes are finishing up. I think usually what Homono does is that he walls up the ramp, as we see here, but he throws down his 2nd and 3rd racks in the base itself, which means that these 2 SCVs would have been mining a little bit longer, so a little bit more mineral efficient. And then once you build up enough Marines, then you pull the boys. So Homono, he has his own kind of variation of it. Meanwhile, the pylon is going to be shut down. More Marines are building up. And when exactly will Luciano pull it? There it is! When will he pull the trigger? The answer is now. The boys are being pulled. Marines have amassed how many Marines? We have 6 Marines so far, soon to be 9. And behind this, Geralt, there is no shield battery. The natural is exposed. He has 1 stalker to work with. The probe! The probe is going to scout, and it looks like Geralt, he will not confirm. I mean, he will. He does get eyes on the proxy itself, but it is a later scout. Here we go. It's all or nothing. Stalker, it's out in the middle of the map. There's one more Stalker left. Probe does fall. Geralt's racing by current, forced to recall. And he has 2 Stalkers. 2 Stalkers soon to be 1 sentry. Meanwhile, Luciano is going for the dive. He ignores the natural, going for the main. Shield batteries on the way. Is going to be targeted. Oh, the Marine sacrifice being targeted as well. Force field does wall off some of those Marines. And 3 Marines on the low ground. Probes are going down. That's a lot of economic damage, but he has to kill the Stalkers. More shield batteries on the way. Marines, they bust into the main base. They do cripple the economy. Oh, there's 2 Stalkers left. Down to 5 Marines. Stutter stepping was leaving a little bit to be desired. Gets 1. Yeah, 1 Stalker goes down. So does the other. There's 1 Stalker left. Onomas, Mappy shield batteries are finishing. But the Stalker is zoned away. Oh my god. Yeah, Warp Gate now completing as well. But Geralt, can he warp in? Stalker taking a lot of damage. Oh, almost gets locked down. Almost. The shield batteries do pose a threat. And Geralt, he's trying to mine whatever he can to get another warp in. Stalker is almost going down. There's a sentry. There's going to be an overcharge as well. Sentry is done. There's the overcharge. Boys are being pulled. Down to 5 Marines. Stalker comes back in. Down to 4. Down to 3. Stalker goes down. 3 Marines versus 1 sentry. 2 Marines. And it looks like Luciano, he was so close. He does get the final sentry, but only 1 Marine left, and that's not enough. That's not enough. The sentry will come out on top. GG, well played. It was so close, but Geralt will take the series 2-0. GG. GG. So close yet so far. Alas, Geralt was mining, so the longer it went on, the more warp-ins Geralt would have available. So Luciano, he had a lot of pressure on him. Unfortunately, he was unable to deny the shield batteries. Once they finished, they would be able to buy time for that warp-in, of course, that we saw as well. And yeah, Luciano was just unable to stop the warp-in, unable to stop those shield batteries, and did eventually run out of steam. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Geralt for claiming the series. Congratulations. I feel a little bit robbed. I feel like we should have seen an ace match here. I feel like this should have gone all the way to game 3, but alas, not meant to be. Congratulations. Congratulations. And with that, we can have a look at the bracket. Do we have any updates? That was a short series. That was a very short series, so I don't think there's really much to catch up on. I say that. Straya takes down Full Heart 2-0. Straya waiting in the next round. We have Beyond versus T-Bull, we mentioned before. I believe that should be covered by Pig. Geralt does advance on to the next round to face off against the winner of Nice and Tadagiba. Tadagiba takes down Ryojin 2-0. Do we have any other updates? We have Rex. It looks like he may have gotten a walkover over Meowridoom. But still a lot more series underway. Still a lot more underway. So because of that, we might just have some downtime here. Yeah, we might just have a little bit of downtime. We might just go on a bit of a break just because there's still a lot of matches mid-series and still a lot going on. My eyes are still kind of focusing on the lower half of the bracket, but we'll jump into whatever we can. Whatever becomes available. Otherwise, I mean, I'm also, now that I've heard that apparently Rex took down Max Fax, I'm looking at the potential Rex versus Nightmare series. Like, that looks enticing to me. Does look like fun. But I guess for now, we're going to be going on a short break, and when we return, we will have our next series. Take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, and cuddle your carriers. We'll be back soon with our next series. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OSC as we have returned mid-series. It looks like our players have arrived, and we are jumping into game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Colombian Zerg player, the blue Zerg, representing Platinum Esports. It is Eggs. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Chilean Protoss player, the purple Protoss, representing Infernales Esports. It is Cristiano. Ronaldo. Let's go. We have our PvZ again. Looks like they did begin while we were casting Luciano versus Geralt, but at least we're able to jump into game number 2. We missed out on game 1. Eggs is leading the series, and I do favor Eggs in this series, but I want to believe in the power of Ronaldo. Ronaldinho, papi. Let's go. If you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. We will most likely be sticking with this series as the winner advances on to face off against Australia in the next round. Just as a bit of context for the greater series here. But now it's going to be Hatchcast full standard opener out of Eggs. Meanwhile, Cristiano back at home, just going for a gate expand as well. When it comes to Cristiano, again, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, has he graduated yet? I think he's either like in his final year or no, I think he has. I think he has already graduated. I believe he was working on his degree of psychology. I believe he's got his master's or maybe just bachelor's of psychology. Has already claimed that and is now playing part-time. He plays and he competes in his free time, as most players from Latin America do. Because of that, I'm not too certain as the skill level currently of Cristiano. You know, we used to cast him back in his prime a couple of years ago, especially during the COVID era of StarCraft. Nowadays, Cristiano, again, he has less time to compete, less time to play. But I want to believe that he has been able to refine himself, can keep up. Yeah. Fond memories of Cristiano. Fond memories. Good times. As of now, it is going to be a Stargate opener from our Protoss player. It's going to be the initial Stargate. Likewise, then moving out to Scouts. With the Stargate opener, this can lead into Oracles, can lead into a Void Ray opener instead. Cristiano is usually a very meticulous player. Does have a wide array of builds available and will kind of rotate between them. Can be aggressive, can be all in at times. Does usually embrace a longer kind of game state. We'll see what he goes for. So now it is going to be that Oracle first. Oracle is on the way. Behind us, Cristiano is going to be throwing down his gateway. Just 2 gateways initially, and should then be expanding. Should be looking forward to his 3rd. Likewise, Eggs happily joining up, getting to his queen production. So far, we have soon to be 2 queens in the main, 2 queens at the natural as well. Safety spores are on the way. The spore at the 3rd base. Interesting that the spore is already on the way at the 3rd. So just really safe play here by Eggs. Being as secure as possible, does spot the Oracle. And is moving out with his links to deny and delay the 3rd base. Going to be the goal for Eggs. Oracle's diving in, Spores in position. Oracle gets gets 1 drone kill so far. It's the 1 worker. And the Lings will actually contain Cristiano. The 3rd base is quite delayed, actually. Oh, we see why. Oh my god. The Overlord won't quite confirm. He's going to be zoned away by the Stalker. But I was curious. I was like, hold up. Where exactly is the 3rd base? We should be seeing one by now. And there's a reason why we're not. There is a 2nd Stargate and a fleet beacon on the way. Cristiano, he's rushing what looks to be into either Tempest or Carrier. I would assume a Tempest rush. I would assume Tempest, but this is an interesting way to go about it. Now, usually if we're rushing into something like Tempest or Carrier, we would open up Void Ray, and the Void Ray would kill the Overlord ahead of time. The Void Ray would allow us to take a faster 3rd base as well. Because it was an Oracle opener, though, this looks a little bit more normal. This does feel a little bit more inefficient from the side of Cristiano, which makes it more difficult to scout and more difficult to kind of read as a build. And there it is, it's going to be the initial carrier. Yo, fun fact, like, as I was introducing Cristiano, I was legitimately, like, reminiscing and thinking back to, like, Sentimiento Latino, and I was thinking of Eggs versus Zions. And Zions was a Peruvian Protoss that used to rush into carrier as well, back when it was more viable, back during the Void Ray meta, and he would often get away with it and defeat players like Eggs with it as well. It was disgusting. And yeah, now Cristiano, he's doing something similar. +1 air attack. Meanwhile, we do have Eggs massing up a lot of Lings. Lings are moving out. Oracles do race back. Ooh, and Eggs, he's hoping for a surround. Doesn't quite get it. Eggs pulls away. Does get eyes on the third. And Eggs is just freely droning, taking gases, going for his lair. Eggs has the opportunity to go into Hydra production, of course, from here. Into Ling Hydra. Did skip the Roach Warren. Taking extra gases. Could go Ling Hydra. Could also go Ling into Aspire, into Muta/Corruptor. Like, that's also a viable option for Eggs. Even though he hasn't seen much, he might just naturally get into anti-air. Just because of how later this hits. He's still GM. If you're referring to Cristiano, yeah, true. I mean, yeah, he is still GM, of course. May only play in his free time, but it's still damn good. Oh! As one of the Oracles is going to get sniped. Nice pick off here by Eggs. We'll bleed out 3 drones, but only 4. Behind this, more carriers are building up. Let us go. And he's getting up to 4, soon to be 6 carriers. Oh my god, he's backing up quite a lot here. Eggs has yet to confirm. I'm a little bit concerned. We should soon be seeing an Overseer scout out of Eggs, but he just hasn't been able to make his way across the map into the main. Ling scouts are denied. Eggs is moving out, so might be able to catch out these Adepts. Ling Shroud is coming in. Does get a Shroud, does shut down the Adepts and the Sentry as well. Gets a probe. Delays the 4th. Delays the 4th expansion. Meanwhile, that is a 3rd Stargate in production. And upon seeing how little there is on the ground and all these cannons, yeah, I'm loving the Spire. It is going to be initially Ling Hydra into the Spire. We do have the Infestation Myth for Hive Tech. So even though Eggs hasn't completely scouted, he's seen enough. Like, the lack of scouting is, or I should say, the lack of units is enough of a scout. And there we go. He does confirm the carriers is aware, spots the fleet beacon, 2nd Stargate at least. Eggs is aware. And Cristiano, he has to pull the trigger. The longer this goes on, the worse it's going to be for him when it comes to, you know, the preparation of Eggs. This build does rely a lot on the surprise factor, and yeah, the carriers now, of course, are confirmed. Soon to be 7 carriers. I mean, I say that if Cristiano doesn't move out, his goal here might just be to turtle. It might just be to just turtle up, secure himself. Yeah, the carriers, they turn back around. Cristiano, he needs a 4th. Does need a 4th base, and so far he's denied time and time again. And here we go, now he's moving out. So the problem, though, is that now we have 9 Corruptors. Corruptor production has begun. Not just that, there are some Hydras and Queens to support as well on the ground. Carriers do go towards that left-hand side. Lings likewise looking for the 4th expansion. And they might be able to find it. Carriers, they're pushing deep onto creep. They're going for the natural. And here come the Corruptors, here come the Hydras. The Carriers on their own, they're not going to be able to do much. Yeah, Cristiano, he's going to be shut down. We'll be leading out a 2nd carrier and a 3rd. And maybe even more than that. GG gets called. There's just far too much damage, far too many losses, and Eggs will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Again, it did feel like Cristiano, he missed his window and he missed his timing. Unfortunately, Cristiano was unable to deny the scout either. And even though he was able to build up to, I want to say, around 6 carriers towards the end there, alas, Eggs, he had already kind of anticipated and had already figured it out what was going on. Had the Spire, had the Hydras, had plenty of anti-air. Eggs at that point was under no real danger, which is why I assumed that that Cristiano would just, after he kind of missed his timing, he would just defend at home and just turtle up and max out that way. But alas, chose to attack instead, chose to be assertive, chose to be aggressive, and did end up being shut down. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Eggs, as he will claim the series. And I mentioned before that the goal here was to follow the winner of the series into the next round. Up next is going to be Eggs versus Estrella. Let's go. Let us go. Let's slip into some DMs and make sure we don't get left behind. Exclamation mark and be in the chat if you guys want to have a look back yourselves. Do have a lot to go over. We have a lot of updates from the top, Okay, we have Hero up against Mute in a PvP. Mute takes down Inexorable 2-0. That is a strong win there for Mute. Oh, I should also, there we go. As a strong win for Mute. Meanwhile, we have Shameless up against Altair. We have Maples versus Bomyoja. We have Shin up against Lunacy in a ZVP. I was looking forward to that series, so wish them both the best of luck. Likewise, Nightmare versus Rex has begun, another ZVP. In another ZVP. Scrolling down, we have Dark. Dark now finally has an opponent, is up against Zoo in that round of 32. Winner goes up against Rebellion. Still looking to face off. And scrolling down, we have Estrella versus Eggs. Estrella versus Eggs is about to begin. That's going to be our next series. That's going to be our next match. We have Björn. He takes on T-Bull 2-0. And Björn is waiting for his next Protoss opponent, waiting for either Geralt or Nice. It's also quite possible that Björn might face nothing but Protoss down here. So there's a lot of Protoss representation. A lot of Protoss fans. A lot of Protoss. And speaking of Protoss, Vetoes are done. Vetoes have concluded, and we're following Eggs into his next ZVP up against Estrella. Let's go. We are going to be jumping in to Site Delta as game 1. And you know what that means? That means if you are in the chat, predictions. Predictions are now soon to be open. Just need a moment here to actually get into the game, and then you can get your Gamba going. The Gamba can soon be going. But finally we can kind of get the show going here. We've had a lot of downtime in between matches, but finally we can just go from one into the other. So smooth. There it is. If you're in the chat, predictions now open, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Site Delta, we have the American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Team Virtus Pro. It is Estrella. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Colombian Zerg player from Colombia, the Red Zerg representing Platinum Esports. It is Eggs. Here we go. Here we go. We are going to be settling in. Again, Eggs, he is nicely warmed up after a series versus Cristiano. And in a way, similarly to Cristiano, Estrella is also a very, at times, interesting player when it comes to his builds. Very creative when it comes to his build choices. And always a lot of fun to watch. So we'll see if Estrella goes something more standard or something more creative instead. Something more Estrella, if you will. For now, Gate Expand, Standard Opener. Likewise, Eggs going Hatch Gas Pool. Eggs can be cheesy, he can be aggressive, but that's more of a rarity. He's more of a standard kind of player overall. Like, we have seen him 12 full drone pool and things of that nature in the past. But I'm not really expecting too much of that in this series. Not expecting it too much. As we do have Australia just getting across the map, just, you know, scouting, being as annoying as possible, trying to force some inefficient mining. Behind this, there's the start, there's the Nexus, into Cybercore. But what is the follow-up going to be? Pylon is going to be placed. It's not thrown down further back, so I'm leaning more towards potentially a Stargate opener, but it's Australia. I don't know how confident I want to be with that kind of statement. See the chats. Wait, so which of the tournaments are open and which are invite only? Most tournaments are open. Yeah, typically like show matches are invite only, or some of like Wardy's events can be invite only. Usually it would say in the event itself, if it's an invitational, it would say. So now Eggs is taking his third. And we do have that Stargate. Okay, so Stargate opener out of Australia. We're slacking into Oracle, into a standard set. Go. So we got the first Oracles on the way. You see Australia just trying to get read what's going on. Again, he's checking the main base. He's checking to make sure that there's no excess gas being mined. So there's no fast lair, no fast roaches, no baleen nest. Australia does confirm that everything is looking as it should. Everything's looking normal. Checks the natural. Oracle's on the way. Is on the way. And so far, Eggs is keeping up. The creep tumors are sniped, so an unfortunate moment there for Eggs, but he has spores in position. There's a spore in the natural, spore in the main. And the Oracle is deflected. And as Australia is being aggressive, we can see Eggs getting ready for a counterattack, trying to apply pressure across the map, but the third base is already getting up and running. Yeah, unlike Cristiano, Australia, he's already got his third on the way. Oracle's being active, no spore at the third. And the Oracles, they get a little bit ambitious. One Oracle goes down, massive pickoff. For only 3 drones, not worth it for Australia. Eggs does shut him down. Behind this, third Oracle's on the way. And we're going for a fast Twilight Council, but I believe this is just going to be for fast Blink. As the Forge is in production. See how safe Australia plans on being. As he's still being active with that Oracle. Still moving out. There it is. Blink is on the way. Now, because Blink is so fast, this is going to be in time for any kind of 3-base all-in, so just really safe play out of Australia. I mean, I say safe play, this could also turn into aggression. If Australia goes for a Gateway Explosion, he can set up for a 3-base 8-gate all-in. Not uncommon. Oh. Oracles, they go for another dive. They don't get much damage. They get maybe 1 drone. Not even. Australia force back. Eggs holding his own. Getting to +1 melee. Threatens a run by. Doesn't get much damage. And Australia's getting ready for his own move out. Shading it up towards the left, and the main army towards the right. Blink is halfway done. Eggs should have enough links to defend. He should be okay. But Australia is finding overlords. Not bad. Gets 1, gets a second. Oh, going for a third. Lings, they just can't really engage here. They can't get this around. Let's say shade into the natural, getting 2 more workers. Nice damage here from Australia, getting a third drone as well. Getting a few drone kills. Oh, meanwhile, a little bit of mismovement. A nice around. Blink isn't done. And Eggs, a very nice catch. Shuts down the majority of those stalkers. Bit of miscontrol from Estrella. Was caught out. Was caught move commanding. And he has to retreat. Has to back off. And with that, Eggs, he has breathing room. He can freely drone. He can tech. Hydrogen's on the way. Workers are on the way as well. Saturating the fourth base. Eggs, he survives. He holds, takes minimal losses. So far, so good. Wings, they move out to deny the fourth. Estrella forced back home. He has to make a choice. Does wall off his third base, is now safe against bailing run-bys, and Link counterattacks as well. Can now focus on expanding. Estrella's looking to deny the fifth. Should be able to. Forces a cancel. Fifth base. Link Hydra coming in. Coming in first. Oh, first round. Eggs does pull back. He does pull back. Avoids the stasis. And so far, I mean, both players are looking pretty comparable. Still no fourth expansion. It's quite delayed here for Estrella. Very delayed. Eggs, he does notice how vulnerable it is. And does he force a cancel? It's going to be close. He will. Nice cancel on the fourth. Estrella, he was so late to throw it down. And as a result, Eggs, he's now freely taking into into Lurkers. Hydra up and running. Lurkers are on the way. Infestation bit as well. So far, so good. The storm has completed. High Templar moving out. That's a lot of storms. Uh-oh. And even though Eggs has been holding his own for so long, he's still stuck on Ling Hydra. There's no bailings, there's no lurkers yet, and here come the storms! And that might just be too much. Massive storms on the Hydras. Zealot's charge on through. Lings are coming in to reinforce, but there's still so many more storms. Stasis pops up. And Estrella, he's snowballing out of control. He still has one storm left. And even without the storm, he's breaking through. There we go, the final storm. Zones away the Hydras. Shuts down the Lings. Army busting into the natural. There are Spine Crawlers in position. Wings are going down. Here come the Ling reinforcements, but they cannot get on top of the High Templar. Very nice positioning from Estrella. Does save the High Templar, pushing up the ramp. And GG gets called. It's just too much to handle, and Estrella will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. I mean, I was really impressed by Eggs' play, the fact that he was able to deny bases, the fact that he was able to catch out the Stalkers. Unfortunately, as we pointed out, he just was not ready for any kind of early storm push like that, whether it was getting ready with Lurkers, getting ready with Roaches, or with Bailings. I mean, either one of those options would have been preferable. Alas, Estrella, he was stuck with purely Ling Hydra, and we saw just how quickly that melts against the storms of Estrella. Just the storms just annihilated everything in his sight, in his path, and GG. GG, well played. That was a brutal timing. And with that, Estrella takes the lead. And now we're getting ready for game number 2. Getting ready for that second game. Again, unfortunately, unfortunately, Eggs, he wasn't aware of Storm being researched and the amount of High Templar that were moving out. Eggs was a little bit in the dark and just wasn't aware that how much danger he was in to that eventual move out. Otherwise, I'm sure he would have gotten ready for it. Would have been a little bit more prepared. But with that, GG. GG, we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Getting into that second game. And we'll see if we can force an ace match or if Estrella will advance on into the quarterfinals. Yeah, for the most part, it looks like the first round has concluded. Second round is wrapping up. Round of 16 fully underway. We actually even already have some quarterfinalists as well. And we'll see who can join them. Here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, leading the series 1-0. For Virtus Pro, it is Australia. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Colombian Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Platinum Esports, it is Eggs. Oh. Okay. Eggs mixing it up a little bit, just going for a 15 hatch, going for going for an extractor trick initially. Still going for the Overlord though, so interesting. Bit of an interesting opener. This almost feels like Eggs wanted to go for a 15 hatch, but did accidentally make the Overlord first, so it was just a little bit awkward. But regardless, it's fine. We're settling in. Will still be technically a hatch gas pool, just slightly different timing. Here we can get into a standard game. The benefit here of the build that I guess Eggs has opted to go for is that he denies any kind of pylon block here on the natural. He gets his base up and running, but he's still able to get his link speed at a reasonable time, as opposed to delaying it with your typical 15-15. So a slight variation here by Eggs. Is being as annoying as possible. Once again, just being active. Attempting to delay mining. They'll take a lot of damage from that drone though. And that's still some inadvertent damage, forcing one worker off the mineral line. I'm sure Astray is still content. And we do have confirmation that Eggsy pulls out a gas, just getting link speed, pulls out, no fast gases, no bailing nest. And likewise, Australia also opening up Stargate into Oracle. So far, everything looking similarly enough to game one. Everything looking normal. Where we're calming down. Calming things down. Depth does check the natural. Shading on in. Oracle's on the way. So far, so good. I mean, honestly, Eggs really had impressive defense in the last game, if you recall, against the Oracles, against the Adepts. Eggs wasn't really losing much, and it even killed Oracles ahead of time. It was just a very strong start for Eggs. Led into a rough kind of game state where he was caught with his pants down a little bit, but leading up to it though, everything was looking solid. So we'll see if Eggs can replicate that. Astray shading back home, in position to expand. The probe does get surrounded, not bad. Probe goes down. But the base will get up and running. Eggs making 10 more links behind this. He wants that third. He wants it, but can he get it? Now, links are rallying across the map. Oracle dips in, gets 2 drones. 2 workers do fall. Eggs threatening the natural. Likewise, links rallying in. Deb does shade away. And he comes in with the surround, but there are stalkers now in position, and yeah, there's just far too much to work with. Eggs, he has to retreat. Twilight Council is done. Bit of an earlier Twilight Council. Do we go for Blink or Glaives? What's it gonna be? Okay, it's gonna be Blink. I'll be honest, I haven't really seen Estrella embrace Glaive Adepts too much, if at all. It's not really necessarily his style. But is going into early Blink. Still no Forge. Bear that in mind. Interesting. As Eggs is getting into his own safety Roach Warren. Lair now on the way. Extra gases. But the longer this goes on without... There we go. I was like, the longer this goes on without a Forge, the more concerned I am. But the Forge is now being thrown down. Estrella is working towards +1. A very delayed +1 out of Estrella. Yo, Paquito, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Just those Paco Mike in the chat. Good to see you. Ga, papi, ga. Hey, when are you signing up? ¿Cuándo vas a jugar, papi? Paquito. We were just casting Luciano. We were just casting Cristiano. Now Eggs. And now Paco's in the chat. Ah. The gang is all here. We just need Dastan, papi. ¿A dónde está mi Dastan? Se la come. As we do see Eggs going for an all-in. Eggs, he's getting into his drop lords. Roaches are amassing. Overlord Speed is on the way. Eggs, he's going for a German taxi. A Roach Queen all-in across the map. It's going to be all or nothing. The downside is that Blink is already done. Because Estrella rushed into Blink Stalkers was a very safe way to play this out. With those weak Stalkers, he will be able to pose a threat here to Eggs. Catching an Overlord. Legion reveal stasis is going to be going up. Up! Massive stasis! Oh my god! Fourth is under fire. And once Estrella forces a cancel, we can recall back home. As Eggs, he's sending it across the map. Still trading with the Lings. A lot of Lings are falling. Another backup stasis here as well. Does it line up? Up! Not quite. Not quite the stasis we were hoping. Hatching out some Dropper Lords. The Oracles activate their pulsar beam, forcing a recall. Only 2 Stalkers will escape. And here comes the all-in. That's a lot of slow lots. Only 1 shield battery. Estrella is exposed. Eggs, he can pull this off. He can still pull this off. Lings, they do collapse in. That is a lot of Zealots though. And Zealots, they don't need speed if you are coming to them. One Oracle goes down, more Stalkers warping in. Estrella holding onto that overcharge, cleans up every single Ling. And there's not that much behind this. A couple of Stalkers are going down. Nice dodges. Nice blinks. Overcharge gets popped. Eggs has to retreat. Falls back. Reinforcing with more Roaches. Files going for the pylon. Immortals on the way. Oof. Straight, he does snipe. Roach after Roach. Ravager as well. That's whole position micro. And Eggs, he's supply blocked. He's also running out of steam. Yeah, Eggs, he knows he cannot break his opponent. Behind this, double Evo chamber. Hydrogen as well. Eggs, he's trying to pivot away, trying to transition. He knows he cannot end the game. Not anymore. But Estrella, he's trading well here. Gets 2 more Ravagers. 2 more Ravagers go down. Eggs attempting to respread creep. Oh, but that Stalker count is insane. And Estrella can chase down this army. At this point, yeah, he's blinking forward. He goes for the dive. Surrounds the Roach Ravager. Lings are trickling in. But this is a rough trade for Eggs. Makes away, cleans up all the queens. Gets the final Ravager. And Estrella can keep pushing. At this point, he can counterattack. And behind this, Eggs, what does he have to defend? He's going to be rebuilding here, building up with Ling Hydra. Well, these are going to be vanilla Hydras. No speed, no range, no nothing. The Hydra, they're so vanilla back. Oh. As Estrella, he's snowballing actually breaks through the front line, and there's barely anything to defend. And Ex's move out was so delayed. GG gets called, and Estrella will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. GG, well played. A shout out to 2 megabytes or megabits in the chat. Thank you so much to 2MBZ for resubscribing for 14 months, for over a year of support. Thank you, Papi. Thank you. Thank you so much for resubscribing. We do appreciate the support. Likewise, thank you so much to Mochon French or FR in the chat as well for subscribing. Gracias, Papi. Gracias. Thank you so much for the support. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the casting. Thank you so much, Papi. Thank you. GG. Charge just a little late. True, it did feel quite late, but at the same time, it's one of those things where, I mean, sure, there are slow lots, but against Lings, the Lings, they come to you, Papi. It's fine. Don't even need charge. Apparently, at least. So GG, well played. Australia does take the series and does advance on, and does he have an opponent ready for him? That is the question. So let's head on over and find out. Astray, he's going to be waiting for the winner of Dark and Rebellion. They are currently mid-series, and I will try to find them. I will attempt to catch them. I'll do my best. Do my best. A shout out to Maestro Slowbo in the chat. Also 14 months. Crazy. Also 14 months of support. Gracias, Papi. Gracias. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it, as I will attempt to try to catch Dark and Rebellion. Again, they're either in Game 1, Game 2, or Game 3. And I will head on over to the Korean server to try to catch that series. Likewise, any other updates in the chat? We have Geralt. Geralt takes down Nice 2-0. Geralt is now mid-series against Bjorn. I believe that's being casted by Dave Testa. I think they got you covered with Bjorn and Geralt. Likewise, we have Dark and Rebellion. We have Nightmare versus Rex. Shin versus Luna Sea. Oh, that's actually a lot of matches happening on the Korean server. Maples versus Shameless in a PvP. Winner goes up against Hero in another PvP. Hero takes out Mute. So a lot of matches currently ongoing. And fun fact, I believe amongst all these players, there's only one Terran. I believe Bjorn is the only Terran representative here so far. Everyone else is Protoss or Zerg. I'm just trying to get to Korea. No. We're making our way, But yeah, with that, it looks like we have a little bit of downtime. Have a little bit of downtime here. Just waiting for one of these matches to open up, then we can jump in. Again, my eyes are mainly on Dark versus Rebellion, just because it leads into Australia. And that is where my attention does lie. Unfortunately, it looks like, well, we had these routing issues before. It might just be worth preemptively connecting to Korea. Maybe that works. Maybe. So we're gonna go on a bit of a break here. We're gonna have a little bit of downtime. Again, I'm just trying to connect to the Korean server. I'm doing my best, but it takes a while sometimes. It takes a while to connect. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have our next series. We'll have either Dark versus Rebellion, or we will have the winner up against Estrella. We'll have one of the two. Until then, take this moment to get some snacks, get some water, get some food, take a break, and we'll see you guys soon for some more StarCraft. See you then. See you then. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I apologize for the extended break, but we have returned with our first quarterfinals match. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Virtus Pro. It is Australia. And if you are in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chats with your Gamba as we're settling into our TVP. Again, as we mentioned before, Dark has been on a bit of a break. He was on a week or two long hiatus from the game, spending some time elsewhere. We were a little bit concerned that that was the last we had seen of Dark in the previous KSL, but no, Dark, he has returned. He is back, and he's ready to make a deep run in this tournament, already making it to the quarterfinals. We'll see if Australia can put a stop to the Dark. We'll see if he can. As for now, Dark going hatch gas full send. The opener force like the unnatural. Natural, we're loading into Ghost River. A very small map, very short rush distance. Aggression is favored on a map as small as Ghost River. So we'll see if Dark can pop off. Likewise, we'll see how Australia does open up as well. In the previous games against Eggs, we saw time and time again, Australia did go for an earlier Twilight Council, earlier Blink-based opener. I do think it's just a really safe way to play, and it does work quite well against these more aggressive opponents. And I do feel like Dark does kind of categorize himself into that as well. So we'll see if Australia continues or if he goes something a little bit different. What does Australia embrace? For now, we're settling in. Australia just trying to force some inefficient mining. Dark getting his unnatural natural up and running as well. Not doing anything crazy, not going gasless or anything like that. We'll see where Dark takes us from here. For the time being, getting into 100 gas into Link speed does pull out, doesn't pull out. So no fast lair, no fast Bailey nest or anything crazy like that. It's just going to be focusing on mineral production. We'll focus on defense, on queens, on drones, and on getting into his 3-base economy. Speaking of third bases on the horizon, Australia across the map going for a Stargate opener. Hello. Going for a Stargate, I imagine, to Oracle. There's a probe in position, but I do think we should be rallying back soon. And we should soon be getting ready to take our third. As the depths are moving out. Just the initial depth so far. Checking the third base, checking saturation. Oracle is in production. So this is the initial Oracle first. Building up the Adept count, now up to 2 Adepts. Bearing in mind 2 Adepts do want your workers. They can want your drones. So Dark has to keep up. Spark Queens are ready. Ooh, Evo Chamber doesn't morph in just in time. Very clutch Evo Chamber timing from Dark. And interesting, Australia opening up double Oracle into a Void Ray. Sorry, single Oracle into Void Ray. That I was not expecting. The Overlord is going to be hunted down. Interesting. Dark going for a very fast Roach Warren. That is a sub 4-minute Roach Warren. Very early on. Very unexpected. Oracle hits the natural, gets 2 drones. Back up. But again, typically you would not get a Roach Warren this early on against a Stargate opener, so I'm leaning towards aggression from the side of Dark. I'm leaning towards a Roach timing. Twilight Council is on the way alongside the third base. Third base was delayed. It's possible that maybe Dark believes that Australia went for a faster Twilight Council because of the late expansion, and that he believes it might be Glaive Adepts. So this could just be a safe response by Dark. I say that Roach production has already begun. Uh-oh. Dark is embracing the Roaches, leans to get across the map, they get a surround. Adept's taking a lot of hits. Taking a lot of damage. 2 Adept's going to be falling. And Dark, he's not droning. He's not droning up. The fast Roach Warren was indeed for aggression. Stasis Trap in the main. Nice damage here from Australia. Blink is being... Oh, he's going into DTs. That could work, actually. It's going to be close. It's going to be very close here as Dark is going all in. The queens are welling across the map. The roaches as well. Creep is spreading. It's all or nothing for Dark. And Estrella will have DTs eventually to defend, but he needs more time. And there's barely anything left. Shield batteries on the high ground. Nice positioning here for the shield batteries. But numbers-wise, Estrella just doesn't really have much to work with. Estrella, he's on 4 Stalkers. They have vanilla Stalkers as well. See Dark just rotating over towards the natural. Ravager's going to be targeted down. First Ravager will fall. Not bad. He's trying to engage as well. Warrior is in position. Stray pulls back. The slow lots are coming into play again. Another Ravager gets denied. Darky makes his way over towards that natural. Trying to force Estrella to fight out range of the shield battery. Adept under fire. Now 3 Ravagers. Estrella, I mean, he's trading well here. He's buying time. Dark coming in with this around, but the shield batteries are in a very good position. And they keep the Stalkers up and running. DTs, they come in to clean this up. There is 0 detection. And just like that, Estrella, he's bought enough time. The Invisible Man shuts this down. GG gets called, and Estrella takes game number 1. GG. It was all about buying time. It was all about just trying to buy as much time as possible for this Dark Templar. Remember, it was a hatch-based all-in out of Dark, and Estrella, he pulls it off. GG. GG, well played. A very creative defense hero. Just, I should say, it was a little bit risky as well, just because Estrella was very vulnerable up until that moment. You saw that it was barely holding on to that natural, but did hold nonetheless. GG. GG, well played. Just like that, Estrella is 1 game away from making it into the next round. Here we go. And as we're getting into our next game, a big shout out to Vindicta. I thought in the middle of that game. Hope you had a great stream. Miguelito, papi, Miguelito. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. And I hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. When are you playing in the next Ursasaurus Cup or Tenacious Turtle Tussle? Just saying, Miguelito. Just saying. It's been a while. It's been a while since we've seen you. Regardless, hope you had a good time. And welcome, everyone. Welcome to the quarterfinals of the Ursasaurus Cup. We are getting into game number 2 here of Dark versus Estrella. Let's go. Dark Shrine was a smooth call. It was really smart, just because, like, that was his win condition, right? Like, all Estrella had to do was buy time and survive for the Dark Shrine. Was able to pull it off, and here we go. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Talent Esports. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Virtus Pro. It is Estrella. Want to amass 1 more game to win the series. Now I'm hoping for an ace match, regardless of how this goes, whether it goes the way of Dark or the way of Estrella. I want to see a game 3, but the pressure is now on Dark. The pressure is on. Dark going for his triangular third. Now, part of me wants to say, you know, the likelihood of Dark going for another all-in here is low because it didn't work in game 1, but it's Dark. Like, like he doesn't care. May not work game 1, but he will do it again in game 2. He's willing to do that sort of thing. Dark has no fear. So I don't want to rule it out, and neither should Estrella. So scouting is going to be key here for the Protoss. For now, hatch gas full, standard opener, out of our Zerg. Thing looking as it should. Likewise, Estrella going for a gate expand into Cybercore. So far, no major deviations here. As a reminder, last game Estrella did open up Stargate into Oracle, into eventually Void Ray. But on a larger map like Site Delta, I imagine Oracle opener into a third base, into Blink is more along the lines of what we're going to be seeing. If you recall, in the previous game, before Estrella made the decision to go into DTs, he did start Blink. It was researching, then he cancelled Blink, and then went for the Dark Shrine once he realized what was going on. I do imagine that this time he will be going for that initial opener, that initial build of the faster Twilight Council into Blink as he's taking a third. Until then, though, we're settling in. Until then, Dark is just saturating his bases. Lings are amassing. Ooh, but instead it's going to be a Twilight Council opener. Okay, Estrella going to be the aggressor here in Game 2. It's going to be the Twilight Council. This can lead into Glaive Adepts. This can lead into a Dark Shrine. Estrella has options. We'll see if he pulls out of gas. We'll see if he stays in. How aggressive, how assertive is Estrella going to be? For now, keeping up with the Lings. Hunting them down. No Robo yet. There we go. Robo's now on the way. You can see Estrella has pulled out of gas, so this should be Glaive Adepts. Should be 4 gate Glaives into a third. If he had stayed in gas, then I would lean more towards a Dark Shrine, as that does require more gas income. Meanwhile, across the map, do force out a couple of Spore Crawlers. There's the Glaives we did mention. Gateways are finishing up. Bearing in mind, this is not an all-in. This is not designed to kill. This is designed to cripple, designed to maim, and to give Estrella an economic lead. Dark poking forward. Ooh, forcing out the boys. Nice bit of walking out. Estrella, 1, 2 probes go down. 3 probes even. Oh my god. 4 probe kills is becoming a little bit too much. Almost a 5th. Better control here, but the league, it gets in. And Dark, he gets 5 probe kills, and he gets a full scout of the main base. He gets eyes on the saturation, on the tech, on the researching Twilight Council, and Dark, he knows. He now knows exactly what's going on. And this is the best case scenario for Dark. Behind this, Dark is amassing Lings. He has time to throw down a Roach Warren. He's going for the Baneling Nest instead. A bit of a greedier response. But again, as long as he's able to keep up with the Shades, Baneling should be fine. And now there's a lot of pressure on Estrella. He's moving out ahead of time. Adepts back at home. He's moving out with what little he has. It's going to be how many? 7 Adepts here for Estrella. Queens are getting in position. Roach Warren's also on the way. Lings are amassing. Estrella does reinforce. And the goal here for Estrella should just be to trade. To trade with the Lings. I say trade. Maintain his control, of course, maintaining those Adepts. And try and expand behind this. Oh, he did pull back into gas. He'll take down the scouting Ling. The question becomes, does Estrella expand, or does he start immortal production? And throw down like 2 more gates? That's a lot of Lings. Lings are moving out. Baneling stay back at home. Dark is rechecking once again for the 3rd. Still making more Lings. And Estrella, there we go. Immortal production has begun. Dark quite heavily supply blocked, getting 5 overlords, but I mean supply-wise still should be fine. Estrella, he races back home. No gateway explosion yet. He has the money for an expansion. Going for another warp in. Meanwhile, Dark is building up Lingbane Ravager or Lingbane Roach. Now, what I'm concerned about is that it looks like Estrella is maybe hoping that Dark has been droning, but Dark has been amassing up a massive army. And as Estrella expands, Dark, his goal here should be to knock down that 3rd. Yeah, Dark is moving out. Behind this, Estrella is attempting to expand. There is an Immortal back at home. Estrella, he spots the move out. But can he do anything about these Banelings? I mean, he is pre-split. So a lot of Lingbane. Estrella trying to bait them out. 3rd base is getting up. I mean, I'm loving the pre-split here. Solid for Estrella. The Immortals have arrived. And Dark, he backs off. He backs off for now. I say for now because he's still making more links. Like, Dark, he's still massing up an army. Did drone up to just under 3 base saturation. 57 drones. Stray keeping Dark busy. Keeping eyes on the main army. As Stray is fortifying himself. Shield batteries now on the way. Overcharge more immortals. I'd have to say shade into the main. They get a drone. Just the one clutch transfuse. Very nice defense out of Dark. Save the workers, and Dark, he did drone up a little bit more, up to 61. But still just focusing on Ling Roach Ravager. Ling Bane Roach Ravager. Astrea back at home, just the one shield battery. I feel like Astrea is a little bit underprepared at the third. We're lacking some SimCity, we're lacking more static defense. Like, Dark still has a massive army. And Dark will soon pull the trigger. He's waiting for upgrades, waiting for Roach speed, waiting for Bailing speed. Still a couple of seconds off. And Astrea, he's the one going to be moving out. Oh my god. He's crazy. Astrea moves out instead. And I feel like a lot of this is going to come down to the force fields. How good are the force fields going to be? Astrea, he is committing. He's got 3 immortals behind this. And he needs to lock down those Bailings. That's a lot of Bailings morphing in. And Bailing speed is just now finishing, just in time. Force fields are okay, but Bailings are getting some of the sentries. And massive connection. Sentries go down. The Lings, they come in first round as well. Oh, and Astrea, he gets completely cleaned up. Forces a recall, shuts down the Adepts. And this third base, there's not much less to defend. Dark, he's pulling the trigger. He's sending everything across the map. The sentries weren't, sorry, the force fields weren't bad. It's just Bailings were morphing on top of the sentries. It was brutal. And with that, Dark is snowballing out of control. He has a massive supply lead. Stray morphing in more depths. At least he kept the immortals alive. True. It doesn't matter. Because there's no sentries, no force fields. Ling Bane collapses on in. GG gets called, and Dark will tap the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. GG. Let's go. It was wild to see Astrea decide to move out across the map against that kind of army. But again, Astrea, he wasn't really set up defensively either. I guess was getting ready for his own all-in, but Dark also wasn't droning. Dark was more than ready. GG. GG, well played. We're going to the ace match. A very, yeah, just a very tense game 2 there. Very uneasy. That's maybe the best way of putting it. Very uneasy game. And we'll see how this story ends. One way or another, the final game. We're getting into the final game on Oceanborn. Again, it was just a really rough start for Astrea as well, winding it back. If you recall, the initial Ling Flood was able to get 5 probe kills and a full scout as well, so Dark was just really comfortable early on. Did delay the push and was fully aware what was happening. Now we're getting into the ace match. Here we go. Loading into Oceanborn. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the American Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Astrea. Let's go. Have our ace match. We have our game 3. In game 1, we had Dark going for his all-in that was shut down on Ghost River, if you recall. Game 2 was a little bit more different. Where Astrea, I mean, technically he went for his own all-in as well, was shut down. And now the question becomes, do both players all-in each other? Or do we see something more standard, something more macro for the first time? Do we actually drone? Ah, that'll be crazy. We'll see. I mean, we're loading into Oceanborn. Oceanborn is known for 3-way soul-ins, for Zerg players joining up to 60, even less or slightly more workers. And just going for German taxis, going for Roach Queen walks across the map. It is not unheard of. Likewise, as we saw in the last game, Estrella is not the most standard of players either. Always why I appreciate watching these two face up. Always do appreciate. We'll see where this leads us. Based on the pylon location, it looks like a Stargate opener for Estrella, so looking more standard this time. No crazy Twilight Council into Glaives, and not in Game 3. Not this time. Likewise, Darky pulls out a gas, just getting link speed, droning up, soon to be taking a third. And we have our take of choice. It is going to be the Stargate. So Stargate opener here from Estrella. It's going to be the initial Stargate. Dark expanding. Now, if you recall, something I was mentioning in the last game was, I was expecting Estrella to go Stargate into Oracle, into a faster Twilight Council, into Blink. We saw him attempt to go for that kind of build in Game 1. I'm expecting it here in Game 3, but we'll see. It's just a very safe way to play. Safe way to open up macro, I should say. Second gateway. Third base soon to be taken. As Estrella is moving out with his first 2 adepts. It's going to be on Dark to keep up, to minimize losses. So far, so good. Oracle's moving out. There's going to be 2 queens of the natural. Adepts they do shade in. Estrella does target down 2 workers so far. Going for a third. Does get it. 3 drone kills. Oh, 4 drone kills. Not bad. To 7 workers in total for 2 adepts. Very nice trade. Dark going for a counterattack. Adepts are thrown away. That means no adepts to defend. But there is soon going to be a second Oracle. The Oracle pops out just in time. Does protect the third. Forces the Pulsar Beam. And Estrella follows it up, not with a Void Ray this time, but with a Phoenix. Interesting. Phoenix is on the way. Estrella looking to go for a Forge instead of the initial Twilight Council. See if he commits to that. Zero Glow is being hunted down. Yep, there's a Forge. Forge into Twilight Council, +1 and Blink. Estrella embracing a standard setup. And Dark back at home, likewise getting into +1 melee. No Roach Warren. It's +1 melee. Droning up, saturating his bases. And based on this setup, Dark, he might end up going into Ling Hydra. He might decide to cut corners, skip out on Roaches, embrace Ling Hydra into Lurker Tech instead. And Balin that's getting thrown down. So a very different kind of style here from Dark. Dark, he's known for his Roaches in almost every single matchup, but here he does avoid the Roach Warren. Now, what's a little bit concerning as Dark is going into Ling Bane is that Estrella is actually not going into Blink. My apologies, I assumed it was going to be Blink, but it's going to be +1 and Charge instead. So Charge.Archon for Estrella. This is a very fast Temple Archives as well. This is going to be a very strong timing, I believe, with +1, with 2 to 4 Archons. Zealots are building up. And without any Roaches to defend, this might be a tough hold. Stay strapped at the third. Up! Does catch a lot of workers. for the cost of the Oracle. Meanwhile, second stasis here in the main. Dark does lose a lot of mining time, but at least doesn't lose many workers themselves. Did kill the Oracle. And here come the Archons. Australia will soon move out. And this is designed to catch Dark droning. The Archon is spotted. And Dark, he will have no roaches to defend. Banelings are now morphing in. 20 lings in production. I mean, scouting the Archon is forcing a reaction, and it looks like Dark might just barely have enough to defend. As here comes Australia. Again, +1 in charge, finishing up just in time for this push. A very crisp timing from the Protoss. Prism comes in, ready for reinforcements. First two Archons have arrived. Dark is getting ready. That is a lot of Banelings. These Zealots shouldn't get much done. Yeah, Dark has enough. Dark, he has enough to defend. Australia backing off, getting to Immortal production, second robo as well. As we mentioned before, Australia was hoping to try to catch Dark off guard, but was able to scout ahead of time. Dark is ready. Australia retreats, and Dark can drone. But now he's droned up to 73. Fourth expansion is now done. Hydra production well underway. And from here, Dark can just go for a big Lingbane Hydra timing or a big push, or tech up into lurkers. Into an infestation, into lurker, then into hive tech. What does Dark go for? Dark does go back into droning. Gets 10 more workers. Prism is moving out for harass. Australia establishing a fourth. So far, Dark is still focusing on his unit production. Did drone up to 82. A solid drone count. Saturate his bases. Still no further tech though. Dark still focusing on Lingbane Hydra. And Dark, he wants the fourth. And Australia's not quite in position. He's moving out instead. I mean, that is a lot of High Templar. It's going to be a lot of storms. It's going to be 5 storms in total. Lingbane army is spotted. Not many Zealots. High Templar! Oh my god. Archons do tank the Banelings. That was close. Nice storms here on the Hydras. Hydras are melting. Lingbane from behind. And we come in for the full surround. High Templar, there's no way out of this. Banelings, they will crash in. And where was the support? Where were the Zealots? The Zealots, they were harassing here on the right-hand side instead. They were harassing bases. Drones are going down. But was that really worth it? Because we lost every single Hydra, every single High Templar and Immortal. Australia does kill a hatchery, does get a base, does get 10 workers. Well, that was an expensive trade for Australia. He lost 3 Immortals, 5 Archons, High Templar as well. Australia has the bare minimum to defend, and he needs more time for storms. Without storms, he can't save the fourth. It's not going to happen. The fourth is going to go down. Australia trying to buy time. I mean, with the help of the overcharge, he will defend his third. But the fourth falls. Fourth base goes down. Australia going for another Zealot run by. Zealots will trade well against the Lings. Decent storm. Zealots catching the Queens, getting into the mineral line, dealing some damage. Forces back the entire army. Not bad. Buying time. Bearing in mind as well that Dark hasn't teched. Still no Lurker Den or Hive. And Astray, he's building up an even stronger army. That's a lot of High Templar. Oh my god. That's 9 High Templar. We could do with a couple of Archons, what I will say. It's mainly, I mean, it's purely High Templar Immortal. Some kind of buffer zone is what we were lacking earlier. Appreciate. This Dark is getting ready for a Baneling drop. Passing on more Ling Hydra. So far, some okay storms. mainly zoning away. Infestation bit now is almost done. Dark finally working towards Hive. And then run by towards the third. Oh my god. Archons, they do morph in at the same time. Dark is going for the fourth once again. Bailey's get 5 probe kills. The Lings shouldn't get much more though. The fourth base is going to be saved. I say that 11 probe kills. And I'm still so anxious about the lack of Archons. Bailey drop coming in. Not bad. Getting 15 workers in total. That's including the 11 probes that were killed earlier by the Ling Flood. Like, this army for a straight, it's so fragile. Like, a couple of Banelings, and that's going to spell the end of all these High Templar. Oh! The Prism almost does go down. There we go. We have 2 Archons morphing in. We have some support. Speaking of, Banelings are denied. No Archons on the right-hand side. Yeah, Darky's going for the surround. He wants High Templar. He wants them. He gets 1. He forces out Storms, and he's going to get even more. And again, this is what happens when you have no Archons. High Templar, they get shut down. Such a risky way to play, and Dark will punish. Takes down the spellcasters. I mean, Astray does hold. It's holding on. Behind this Dark, Lurker Den is almost done. Now he's finally getting into Lurkers. The Immortal count is still quite solid, though. It's looking strong. Dark pulling away, committing with a massive Ling run by. This time the Archons are ready. Let's go. We have Archons. Stray is keeping up. He's holding on. He's buying time. He's slowly maxing out on charge slots. High Templar Immortal. A couple of Archons sprinkled in. Is maxing. Likewise, Dark can now build up his Lurker tech. Army is spotted. Dark coming in with the surround. And once again, the High Templar force the storm, forcing a recall as well. 1 Immortal goes down. Expansion is denied. At the same time, Astray going for the base on the right-hand side as well, going for the hatchery. Can he bring it down? And not quite. Hatchery does survive. Here we go, Astray is finally moving out across the map. At the same time, Dark going for a Ling counterattack. The wall is open. No, the wall is wide open. Yeah, the wall is not a wall. Darky busts into the natural at the same time, hits the 4th base, and Astray is all in. At this point, it's all or nothing. Workers are going down. The economy has been broken. At the same time, Zealots into the main army pushing on the right-hand side. We'll bring down the hatchery. That's a lot of Immortals. That's 14. 14 Immortals. He's crazy. Meanwhile, Dark is going for the base trade. He's taking down the natural, taking down the 4th. Rallying Lings across the map. Lurkers are ready. Got 11 Lurkers against 15 Immortals. Lurkers will hold the line. Straight back at home, trying to hold on. Bleeding out units. Bleeding out buildings. Oh, the base goes down. And Dark, he just ignores the main army. He's going for the 3rd, and Astray, he might just lose all his buildings. He has to come back. He doesn't want to, but he has to. As all the buildings are flashing. Astray doesn't have much left. It's all or nothing. 13 Immortals. He's going in. Does get the revelation. Oof. Storm coming in. Another storm available. Observer goes down. Oh, wait. And with that, it looks like the Lurkers, they should be able to clean this up. GG gets called. There's just not enough here for Estrella, and Dark will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. A very interesting game. Again, Australia was playing such a risky, such a greedy style as well, just going purely immortal high tempo for so long. Was getting punished for it, of course. Dark trading very nicely with purely Ling. Eventually got into his lurkers, and at a certain point, Australia did hit critical mass. He did hit critical mass of, you know, of immortal, of High Templar, of his main army. But Dark, he just ignores it. He just ignores the main army. Does a counterattack instead, and was able to kind of force an all in and just stifle the economy of Australia. GG. GG, well played. Oh, Dark, we'll take it. We'll take it in the end. And now we're going to be following Dark into his next series. Into his next matchup against Beyond. And hopefully I can keep up. We'll do our best. Up next should be Dark versus Beyond, and I would love to cast. But we have been having some issues connecting to Korea. And hopefully we don't get left behind. There we go. Whew. Oh my god. Stressful. Okay, we made it. We'll be getting ready for our next series. It's going to be a ZVT between Beyond and Dark. We can also take this moment to go over the bracket. Here we go. Exclamation mark B in the chat. If you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves, we have, oh my god, nothing but Korean players left. I just realized. Let's see if we can zoom out a little bit here. But okay, from the top, from the very top, we do have Hero. Hero's in the upper semifinals. He's waiting for the winner of Shin and Nightmare. Shin and Nightmare are mid-series in a PVZ. So it's going to be Hero, Shin, and Nightmare. Scrolling down, we have Dark and Beyond, purely Korean players. We mentioned before that some of the Europeans, Max, Pax, and Clem, that are usually here are absent. We were notified that apparently Clem is playing like Dead Space or some kind of FPS game with Rotterdam. He's playing another game. Otherwise preoccupied. Max Pax, he was of course tormented and shooketh to the core, if you will, by Rex earlier today, as Rex did defeat Max Pax in the KSRS. So with that, Max Pax did bow out. He's a little bit traumatized, and instead, welcome to Ursasaurus Cup Korean edition. Don't think we've had this much Korean representation in the quarterfinals and semis in the history of Ursasaurus Cup. I mean, it's a short history, but history nonetheless. GG. GG, well played. But we are focusing on our next series. It is Dark versus Beyond. To determine our first finalist. We're getting there. We are getting there. Just catching up. I looked away for 1 minute and suddenly it's a base rate, pretty much. Like, as Australia moved out, Darky just immediately counterattacked. He had a group of Lings ready to go into the natural. He had a group of Lings ready to hit the 4th base. So he was more than prepared for the base trade. Deadlock, there you go. He said it started too late. He said it started too late today. That is copium, because that did not stop Clem from playing last week and the week before that and the week before that. It's copium, man. Copium. Ah. We all know that Clem is still awake and won't go to bed for another couple of hours. Meanwhile, looks like the vetoes are done, and we're getting ready to jump in. Alright, getting ready. As I still don't fully understand, but there are some crazy Zerg players in Korea. I'm specifically calling out Shin and Dark as well, where they embrace Dynasty. They're crazy. Dynasty is going to be coming up next. Now, we see Dynasty in some of these longer series, like best of 7s, best of 5s. In a best of 3, though, it takes a special kind of player to let it through. And I'm curious what the plan is going to be here. I'm sure we can hazard a guess, as we're jumping into Dynasty as game 1. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Dynasty, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Shopify. It is Byun. And if you were in the chats, you know what time it is. Predictions. Predictions now open. Place your bets on who you think will take the series, on who you think will advance on, as Dark is rushing into the gold. Of course he is. When it comes to Zerg players playing on Dynasty, very rarely do you see a Zerg player not rush into the gold and not go into Roach Aggression. That's like the go-to. That is the most standard way of playing on Dynasty. Doesn't look standard, but this has become the meta on Dynasty. Just because of the goal base, just because of the high yield gas geyser as well. It was a 15-15 out of Dark. And we have seen a lot of Terran players blindly counter this. Well, there's a lot of conversation going on. Unfortunately, I don't think we don't have a translator. If anyone can translate, if anyone has like Google Lens, I would appreciate it. What's going on? I'll be ready for next time. But regardless, we are settling in, and Byun is going for a Rax expand. But what I was getting at is that we've seen a lot of Terran players like blindly proxy here, just go 2-Rax Reaper, proxy, or 2-Rax Marine, proxied at the gold, or just 2-Rax Reaper openers. I'm sure that's what they were talking about. The last time we saw these two face off on this map was in KSL, when Dark had to play from a PC bang, when his internet went down. Thankfully, that is not the case this time. See in the chat. I mean, you're probably not wrong. Dark said, bro, this cloud map pool was made for me. Byun said, true, you are the cloud. Oh no. You're an animal. You're an animal. Not wrong though, not wrong. Meanwhile, there's Roach Warren. Roach Warren is now being taken. Gas, of course, was prioritized, and Dark is getting into his Roach Rush. Meanwhile, Byun does get eyes on this, and he will attempt to delay mining. Will threaten the gold. Reaper does pivot away, but at least Byun is aware. And the question becomes, can Byun survive this? Is going for a 2-1-1 response, something also very intentional. I don't know if you noticed, but Byun, he does not wall off here at the natural. The reason for this is because, again, because it's so common to go into Roach Aggression and Ravager Aggression, Byun's production is going to be actually safe further back from the Roach Ravager. So this is very intentional, specifically for this map, specifically because he's assuming, or he did assume to begin with, that Dark was Roach Rushing. Speaking of, Dark is moving out. Byun, his bunker's almost done. And again, the bunker is further back as well to kind of force the Ravagers closer and further up the ramp to expose themselves. Ravagers are morphing in. Dark now checking the wall, does confirm. That's, I mean, it's wide open. Dark, he's like, what? He's like, where are your buildings? What's going on? What am I meant to pile down? And Byun's like, Papi, my brain is huge. I knew you were doing this from the beginning. Depot goes down, just the depot. Add-ons are safe. Production is safe. Dark, he's like, you're the clown. Like, what are you doing? Metagaming me. Feels like, mate, you're so predictable. Meanwhile, we're flooding links. Dark is all in. Dark is completely all in. It's all or nothing. I would love to see a second bunker, but alas, Beyond doesn't know how committed Dark is the problem. Bunker under fire. Dark rallying Lings. Ling speed is almost done. And with speedlings, I do think that Dark can break this. It's going to be close. Bearing in mind Stim is completed, so the Lings, they will melt. That's a lot of Lings. Bunker taking a lot of hits. Tank is on the way. And we're waiting for Dark to pull the trigger. Ravager denying mining time. Oh, nice scout here with the medevac. He knows! He sees, he knows. Is it too late? The Lings are stuck behind! No! The Ravagers, they're too thick! One Ravager gets sniped. Lings are trickling in. Oof. And everything's getting stuck here on the ramp. Nice miles on the SCVs. But Bjorn is holding. Yeah, the tank has arrived. Bjorn is holding. The Ravagers, they're too wide. As, again, we had a bit of a blunder to attack up the ramp. Again, the choke point is brutal. Bjorn shuts it down. And Dark is droning. Now Dark expands. Dark, he's now starting to drone up. He has realized he cannot break Bjorn. He cannot kill him. And Dark is going to attempt to macro out of this. Now, it is late droning. It's a late third base, late saturation. It's not an easy road to kind of walk here for Dark. But at least he's denying mining. True. Like, he's denying the gold base. Is denying mining time. Up! Oh my god. As Beyond, he wants the Ravagers. He wants them. Gets through the Lings, and he's going to get them as well. Ooh, every single Ravager is going to go down. Ay, ay, ay. And with that, Beyond can keep going. He has map control. And he's hunting down Overlords. Stripping control away from Dark. Dark behind this, forced to make roaches. And again, is at least denying some mining time at the gold. But the tanks are edging ever closer. And Dark still has a little recovering to do. Oh. As Bjorn's getting another Overlord. That's 3 Overlords so far. Now going for the final Ravager. Behind this Dark, he's getting up to 40 worker saturation. That's okay. Still droning. Oh. Still droning up. Beyond working towards 1-1. Oh no. You're all animals in the chat. You're all animals. Someone post a Dark copy pasta. Ay, ay, ay. Shaking my head. It's behind this Dark taking another expansion. Getting his 4th. Still on a low drone count. Ooh, losing another 2 Ravagers. Another 2 Ravagers going down. Speak of Sierra Pian. Dark still attempting to stabilize. The gold base is still a factor, bear that in mind, alongside the high yield gas geyser as well. So Dark, he can sustain some of these losses thanks to the gold. Can sustain. Meanwhile, Bian is still also getting towards his 4th CC. 3rd is up and running. I still want to give the edge economically here to Bian. I mean, he's got his own gold. Mining, getting a drone. A plunder drop here towards the natural. Dark is keeping up. It's keeping up, forcing back the drops. Still embracing Roach Ravager. No Baneliness yet. Likewise, the armory is delayed for Björn. So his 2/2's going to be heavily delayed as well. That will help Dark out. There's going to be a window where Dark has 2/2 over his opponent. Shutting down the roaches, spreading out his creep. Dark, he is stabilizing. Building up a threatening army. And the question now becomes, can Björn hold on to his fourth? The fourth base is going to be that much more exposed. Area's wide open. Dark can abuse it. Björn is getting ready, spreading out his tanks. Ideally getting some SimCity going, with depots, with bunkers. As Dark is going to be the first to max out. He's maxing out with Roach Ravager. Björn throwing down his towers. 2/2 just now beginning. And Dark should soon pull the trigger. I mean, he's maxed. He's just waiting for his upgrades. Once they kick in, then it's go time. Then we send it back. Don't get the guys in the army. At least keeping Dark busy. Hive is on the way. From here, Dark could try to go into Hydra Lurker. There's no Bailey Nest yet. No melee upgrades either. As Björn gets caught out. Picking up a couple of Marines. The tank line is brutal, but there we go. We have finally melee on the way. Spire, Bailey Nest as well. Dark is looking to refine his army. And has begun to drone again. He's droning. He's crazy. But I'm a little bit concerned. This droning from Dark does tell us that he most likely won't push into this fourth. So Björn is going to be able to max himself. And momentum is going to swing in favor of Björn. Double expanding, getting 3 CCs, maxing out himself. Dark wasn't able to achieve too much with this army, and now Dark, he has an inefficient maxed out army here with mainly Roach Ravager. We'll see how we can make use of it. Infestors are on the way, they will help. Dark being dragged into tank fire, takes down a medevac. Not bad. Solid piles. Dark trading out his roaches. I mean, he wants to trade out the roaches, replacing them with lings and banelings. So better trades for Dark. Refining his army. Greater spires on the way. Infestors have arrived. And here comes the move out. So Dark will have Fungals. Fungals are going to be available. Likewise, there's plenty of ghosts, plenty of EMPs. Scan does reveal the Infestors. And that's a lot of tanks. Fungal grazes the army. Oh! Gets a ghost. At the same time, drop towards the left-hand side. Vipers have arrived, but they need time. The tanks are gaining ground. Another Fungal, an okay connection. Another ghost falls. And Darky does have to evacuate the expansion. The Gore base is going to go down. Dark looking for that Fungal. Doesn't quite get it. And Dark going to be bleeding out 2 hatcheries. 2 bases falling. Dark going for a Roach counterattack. Not bad. Gets a ghost. Ghost goes down. Another ghost falling. Massive pickups. And the tanks, they do need some support. And Björn is going to get the hell out of here. He cannot keep up. And Dark will break out. Nice Fungal. The ghost. He gets 2. Gets every single ghost. Not bad. Takes down the ghost, hunting down the tanks as well. And Bjarni did overstay his welcome. Where were the reinforcements? They were stuck at home. Bjarni has to back up. And now Dark, he can have some time here to regather energy on those Vipers. Gathering energy, building up his Ling Bane. +2 melee on the way. Dark, he does survive. Did lose a couple of bases though. Thankfully, he has top left getting saturated. He can maintain himself. I believe we have no Corruptors yet, but we have the Greater Spire. So we can get into Broodlords. Beyond taking another expansion, cutting the map in half. Sensor towers everywhere. And we can take a moment to breathe. It's a couple of tense moments there between Dark and Beyond. Very tense. Now we can calm things down, maxing out. Second Spire's on the way. That's going to be for, of course, the upgrades. Getting ready for those Broodlords. Speaking of Broodlords, though, Beyond, he has begun Thor production. Getting into Mecha Ghost. As efficient as this army is, because of the map itself, because of the features, it's actually very wide open. The choke points aren't as narrow and aren't as brutal. So there are openings here for Dark. They can try to make use of. Mainly's morphing in. We have Blue Flame on the way, +2 vehicle weapons, I mentioned before again. Beyond just embracing that mech, going for advanced servos. More factories. And we could be here for a while. Let's go. I mean, I say that, like, these locations are still very wide open. Three more factories in production. More CCs, more planetaries. And again, Bjarni's trying to make these choke points. Game is settling in. Fusion Core is on the way alongside another starports. This could be for BC production. I'm leaning more towards Liberators, but I mean, either or. It's likely just Lib, just to secure ourselves. No, just calming things down. There's no easy way for Dark to really abuse too many of these like locations outside of this center 4th base. Ghost getting exposed. Nice around. They dive in. They catch out the Ghost. Very nice catch. And Dark, he can keep pushing. Yeah, Beyond is exposed. Meanwhile, he's focusing towards the south. Takes down a base. Beyond gets an expansion. Bleeds out a good chunk of his army. Still these 2 bases yet to be taken. And nukes are on the way. Let's go. Going Thor Ghost. Meanwhile, the first wave of Broodlords are in production. Not too many, just 4. 4 Broodlords for the time being. Ultra Cavern as well, just for those upgrades. Dark is getting there. Scans do reveal the Broodlords. Bjorn is aware. And he knows. Viking production yet. Instead, Dark, there we go, going for the Link Run by situation before. This base is not a planetary. Finally, the third, or I should say the fourth, is being punished. SCVs are going down. Like, this area was just so exposed. It's going to be 19 SCV kills. Meanwhile, Dark building up even more Broodlords, getting him to 8. Embracing his Broodlord Infestor, making 40 more Lings behind this. His Lings, once again, Dark hitting the southern base. Tanks are exposed, tanks are going down. And Beyond just spread a little bit too far thin. And we spoke earlier, the terrain of this map, I mean, it's just so much more wide open. The choke points are not narrow enough. Not for this kind of style. Getting another CC. How many Broodlords are we up to? So far, 7. 7 Broodlords. But Beyond has a new fresh expansion. Likewise, Dark getting his own. Liberators have arrived. Oh! Decent fungal. Broodlord's coming in. Very delicate micro here from Dark. Does land another big fungal! Oh my god! Yeah, the ghosts are getting caught out. The Thors as well. And Dark, he has to back up. The Liberators just now arriving. Solid Biles takes down a Lib. Gets a tank. And Dark has been trading more efficiently. You can see Beyond just burning through his bank. Oh. Leading out a Viper there. Dark, calm down. Has to respect the Thors. Neuralist halfway done. Still not researched. Oh, Dark rallying into the army. Not the most ideal situation here as we bleed out so many Lings. And Dark plummets in supply. And I'm concerned because that was a lot of his larva. Oh. 9 Ultras on the way. Beyond is gaining ground, takes down an expansion, pushing forward. And Dark's trying to remax an Ultra, but it takes a long time for them to really come into play. Gets another Ghost. And a Thor. While Beyond is gaining ground, another Thor goes down. Beyond taking down base after base. Going for that center expansion. Ultra's getting shut down by the Ghosts. Oof. Yeah, not the best trades here once again from Dark, losing and bleeding out 4 Ultras. Expensive losses. Yeah, the Thors are left behind. Beyond gets the hell out of there. Does boost away. Dark going for a counterattack. Not much to defend back at home. Just a planetary. Ghost, they drop back in. Ultra into the mineral line. The 1 Ultra. Up. It's 8 SCVs. Taking down more planetaries. Still very scrappy. Both players have burned through their mineral banks. Still have a lot of gas. It's been a very scrappy couple of minutes here for both sides. Yeah, we do see that Beyond's just gaining more ground, taking down another expansion. Dark going for a massive counterattack. And it looks like he should be able to break this expansion. No planetary. Lings, they bust in. They get into the mineral line. SCVs are going down. Yeah, Beyond out of position. It's racing on over with those Ghosts. SCVs wreaking havoc. Beyond running across the map. Oof. Using 13 SCVs. And that does actually keep this northern expansion safe. He's okay. Saves the expansion. Do still believe that Bjorn has the more efficient army. And if I'm not mistaken, yeah, the Broodlord count was reset. So no more Broodlords, it's mainly Ultra Infestor. Interesting. I mean, the tank count has been thinned out quite a bit. There are a lot of tanks, but a lot of them are mainly defensive, spread out between the bases. So there's potential for this army, for the Mass Ultra. Potential. We'll see. I mean, if he can get on top of the army, then sure, the Ultras, they can have their way with this, but that's easier said than done. There's just so many snipes available, the Liberators, tank volleys, SimCity. So many other factors at play. I'm not entirely convinced here by the 10 Ultras. But we'll see. Convince me, Bobby. Convince me. Gonna take down another expansion. Dark, long distance mining. And yeah, he just taps out. He doesn't engage. He can't engage. And Bjorn will take game number 1. Bit of an anticlimactic end. We don't get to see the final fights. But yeah, he was stuck with just a subpar army. I wasn't too convinced by the Ultras. Dark wasn't even convinced by the Ultras. And GG. GG, well played. Bjorn will take game number 1. But that was a very, very intense game. It started off with Dark going for the all-in, which Bjorn was ready for. Bjorn was able to shut it down and was able to settle into his own 4-base economy. Dark was able to likewise survive, max out, and went into kind of a maxed out scenario here. With the army being, with the map being split in half. But Bjorn was being more efficient, and Dark was having a hard time really settling on his late game army composition. He had gone into initially Broodlord, which were shut down. Then he had overinvested into Ultras, and he was kind of stuck on that for a while. And GG. GG, well played. Bjorn does take it. Now we're getting ready for game number 2. I don't think I've ever seen a macro game like this on this map at the pro level. God, was it? I think we saw it once at EWC maybe. I agree though, it's very rare. It's very rare because 1, this map is often vetoed, so we rarely get maps in general. 2, we often see all-ins on this map as well. But yeah, I want to say there was maybe like 1 game in EWC where we saw it. Maybe from not Rainer. Maybe from Serral? Maybe I'm thinking Shin? Here we go. Here we go. Getting into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkyone, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran, the red Terran player representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. Yeah, late game TVZ on Dynasty it can be brutal, definitely, as we did see. Often, if all-ins fail, I mean, what I should say as well, now that I think about it, even in the late games that we have seen, it's gas pool, by the way. Let's go. Even the late games that we have seen, it's usually off of a failed all-in from Zerg players. Like, Zerg players don't usually play out Dynasty to get to a later macro game, so they don't necessarily have the cleanest kind of road there. But now that I think about it, I think it was Shin. I think Shin was the player that I remember seeing in a late game there on Dynasty. Regardless, fast link speed. So it was gas pull opener out of Dark, rushing into link speed, pulling out of gas, so it's not going to be a bailing bust, but Dark is link flooding nonetheless. Oh boy. Here we go. Dark, he has run out of patience. He spent it all on Dynasty. He wants none of it. Not again. is taking his natural. Lings are going to be avoiding the initial scouting path. They're skirting around the edge of the map towards the left-hand side. Here we go. We'll see if Dark can catch Bjorn with his pants down. As Bjorn did avoid the SCV scout. Okay, so far so good. No SCV scout out of Bjorn. Bjorn is in the Dark. Reaper moves out. Overlord does confirm, and Dark moves in. Dark, his goal here is not just to delay the expansion, but to ideally get more than that. Especially with that faster link speed timing. Yeah, it does force a cancel. Massive pickoff. Does dip off the ramp. Up on the wall is solid. And Bjorn is forced to remake and rebuild in the main. Here comes link speed. Likewise, the Reaper is denied. Will be able to escape. Does get over to the other side of the wall. Reaper does slip away. Dark, he wants it. He wants the Reaper. Knocking down those rocks. Likewise, Bjorn going 3cc. Reaper dips in. Does dive up the ramp. Getting a full scout will eventually be cleaned up. And he's just trying to get a read on extra gas mining, extra workers, extra lings. And we can see the Dark is at least droning up. He's droning, he hasn't pulled back into gas. Sending out his lings once again, just trying to contain Bjorn on one base for as long as possible. But again, Bjorn is more than happy to be contained. Will be slowly expanding. Taking the natural. Getting into a Banshee-based opener. Let's go. He's just being safe. We would have counterattack, of course. We would have shut down roaches. Dark, I believe, yes, staying on a lower queen count. Just 3 queens. Oh. If the Banshee is kept hidden, then Dark could be in a bit of trouble. Assuming that we research Cloak. For now, it's just vanilla Banshees. No Cloak. Natural now being taken. Stim is on the way. Yeah, Bjorn just being more secure back at home instead. So he won't be able to harass the Mineral Lions and at least counterattack with the Banshees. There's plenty of queens to defend. He gets a singular Banshee. 4th queen is on the way. I'm just catching up with the chat. You had me at Dark and Edging. Este Rowdy. You're an animal. You're an animal. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, the link. As Dark, he's able to at least fight for control of the Zonaga. But Bjorn can actually target his own Hellion. If he wanted to, he could actually get on both sides, attack his own Hellion and kill the Ling with splash damage. That is possible. For those that are curious, this Ling is close enough to the Zonaga to make sure it doesn't get taken over by the Terran, but also in the steam vent so it doesn't get scattered. It doesn't get seen. Without high ground vision. Without a Banshee. Speaking of, Banshees are moving out, and Bjorn will eventually clean this up. There we go. The Banshees have arrived. They reveal themselves. Ling finally goes down. Likewise, Bjorn does find the Ling counterattack. Ooh, shuts it down. Banshee's moving out. How many queens do we have? Ooh, just 5 queens. 3 at the 3rd. Banshees, they hit the 4th. They're looking to force a cancel. They look to, and they will. 4th base is denied. Lings at the same time they hit the 3rd. But plenty of Marines to defend. Our boys are being pulled. SCVs are going down. 6 SCV kills. Getting up to 7. Hellions out of position. Bjorn will still defend. Not without losses. At the same time, though, Bjorn did deny the fourth. Thankfully, Dark did double expand. Double expanded. Getting into Ling Bane. No Rocheborn. Banshees, they come back in. Oh, they force another cancel. The Banshees being so annoying. And there's just no creep here. Queens cannot keep up. Hellions, they threaten the expansion, but there's not much saturation. And they get the hell out of there. Dark still only on 51 workers. No extra gases, just 2 gases, pure Ling. No Baneling Nest, which I did notice as well. Just pure Ling out of Dark. Baneling Nest just now on the way. Scan will confirm the macro hatch, the Baneling Nest. Which means Bjorn knows that there's a window. There's an opportunity here for him to move out and strike it. I don't know if Dark can survive this, I'll be honest. I'm a little bit concerned. Baneling Nest is not ready. It's halfway done. And if Bjorn moves in with his army, there's only Ling Queen to defend. And remember, there's only, what, 5 queens? Yeah, only 5 queens. Now is the time. Oh, boy. The Baneling Nest is about to finish, though. Bjorn, is he taking too long? As he's pushing forward. Baneling Nest has completed. Yeah, Darky goes for a counterattack. Baneling's morphing in. He's going for a massive Ling run by. He knows he cannot fight this. Hatchery is going to go down. But Dark is buying time. Back at home. Ooh, Bjorn is secure. The Lings, they do nothing across the map. GG gets called, and Bjorn will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Dark was playing with fire. That was crazy. So Dark, winding it back, if you recall, Dark, he was staying on 2 gases, only 2 gases, no Banelings, only 1 Evo chamber, purely Ling Queen, and it did seem like Dark was relying upon Ling counterattacks and Ling run-bys to try to keep Bjorn at home. But we saw that some of those run-bys weren't too successful. The Hellions were shutting him down, the Marines were in position, and when Bjorn scanned, when he saw the main, he saw an opportunity. He was like, hold up, your Baneless is just now being thrown down? I mean, it's over. And it was. It was over then and there with the Hellbat push. GG, well played. Bjorn will advance on to the grand finals, and we are now getting ready for the upper semifinals. They're currently underway. We have a PvZ between Hero and Shin. Hero and Shin, they're currently mid-series. I believe they're being casted by some of the other English commentators. Let me just double check. Looks like Dave Tessa is in that series. Looks like he's in game 2. Hero is leading 1-0. Oh god. He's leading 1-0, and it looks like he's looking pretty good in game 2 as well. And Shin having a bit of a hard time. But if there's an ace match, then we will be jumping into game 3 of Shin versus Hero. Otherwise, we'll be jumping into Bjorn versus Hero in the finals. Here we go. Here we go. So we do need a moment to get things ready for those grand final, also for our next series. Do need a moment. Otherwise, until then, we have some downtime. We do have some downtime. The tournament is kind of coming to an end in a way. We have our first finalist, and we're about to have our second, so just 1 best of 5 remaining here, or potentially 1 best of 5 remaining. When it comes to this series, when it comes to Dark vs. Bjorn, it was very chaotic. Just not the most standard of games. I mean, game 1 was quote-unquote standard because it's what we expect out of Dynasty. You know, that roach all in. But, yeah, Bjorn, in a way, kind of, like, hard countered it. Didn't take too many losses. Was able to kind of get into his own game as well. It was wild. It was a wild series, what I will say. It was a wild series. But with that, looks like we're going to be going on that break. So we're going to be back in a couple of minutes. Until then, take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, get some water. If you want to help support this tournament, you can do so via Matcherino. Exclamation mark Matcherino in the chat to get a link to the Matcherino page for this tournament. You can help boost the prize pool. You can help support the StarCraft community and the StarCraft scene if you wish. Otherwise, you can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, all things CranKy Ducklings. We'll be back in a couple of minutes here with either the ace match of Hero versus Shin or the grand finals. We'll be back soon in a couple of minutes. See you then. See you then. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. I am a little bit in shock. I wasn't quite suspecting this here. I was glancing over at the other series, and I mean, it was looking to be a 2-0, but no, never mind. It's going to be a tied 1-1 score. We are jumping into the ace match and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkione. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. Un momento. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming. It is Hero. Here we go. If you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Honestly, this could go either way. Both Shin and Hero are some of the best players in South Korea. And Hero has been on a hiatus. I mentioned at the start of the event, at the start of the broadcast, that Hero has been on vacation ever since EWC. Hero has been missing a lot of online events for the past month. It's been 3 to 4 weeks since Hero has competed, and now he's back. He is back with a vengeance. And how does he compare to everyone else that has been on that grind? How does he compare? For now, we are going to be settling in. going to be settling in. Shin just opening up hatch gas pool. Likewise, across the map, we do have our setup here from Hero, just going for the gate expand into Cybercore. So far, everything looking normal. Now, unfortunately, we missed out on the first 2 games. I believe the last game was on Dynasty. We just cast it on Dynasty between Dark and Beyond, but Shin does often embrace Dynasty as well. Didn't quite get to see exactly what transpired on those 2 maps. But Shin did bring it back. Did force the ace match. And Shin has been on fire recently. Has been on fire. Shin now saturating his natural. Hero moving out. Behind this, going for a Stargate opener. Gonna be Stargate into a 3rd, I would imagine. But Hero, he's not the most orthodox of players either. He's very in your face, very aggressive, very micro-intensive as well. I mean, Shin can be the same. So I do think they pair well against each other. I mean, they're also good friends. For those that are maybe old school fans of StarCraft, you would know that Hero and Shin, aka Ragnarok back then, were both on CJ Entus. They were both a big part of CJ. I mean, alongside Björl. Alongside everyone else. Hush. I'm trying to recall. Byung, that's it. I was trying to recall the Terran player. And I was like, it's not Bunny. I mean, Bunny was also on CJ. But it wasn't Byung, it was Byung. That's it. Ah. The nostalgia. What I do appreciate is that, like, every couple of weeks, or maybe like around once a month or so, they share on social media, on Instagram, like whether it's Hero or Bunny or Shin, they share like all of them like going out to eat, getting like KBBQ, spending a night together. Really cool to see that the ex-CJ boys are still good friends. They all still hang out. So do see Hero dipping into bases. Threatening the main. Does dive in, going for the stasis. Alas, Shin does react in time, does pull away. And will shut the stasis down. So far, nice defense out of Shin. Behind this is going to be a Forged Twilight Council follow-up. Should be pulse on and blink. It can be charged, but I'm leaning more towards blink here from the side of Hero. We'll see what he does embrace. They do keep the threat, and they get eyes on the would-be 4th. No major damage yet. I mean, Hero is gone for stasis traps, but he hasn't really managed to get much economic damage. Shin has been able to hold on. Behind this, pretty large gateway explosion. Getting up to 5 gates. 3rd base getting up and running. 3rd oracle's on the way. Oh, Hero just in time does respond. Delays the 4th. Quick reaction out of Hero. Gets a 4th, gets 2 tumors, and backs off. He's able to retreat. Likewise, Shin taking his gases, going for the Roach Warren. Now this can lead into even a hidden Spire in the main, as we are taking all 6 gases actually. It's going to be a lot of gas for Shin. Gases are being taken. Hero's moving out. We'll see if Shin does go for the Spire or just embraces Roach Ravager. Could even go for Hydras. Stalker's moving out. Blink trying to collapse in. They do get a surround. Blink isn't done. Yeah, Blink is barely not done. Very nice catch here by Shin. Oh my god. Bringing down 3 Stalkers. Hero likewise moving out. Lair is now done. There's that Spire that we spoke about. Spire is on the way. Spoke about the Mutas. And the Mutas are on the horizon. I mean, again, it is something that Shin is quite fond of. The only reason why I brought it up. Shin does love his Mutas in this matchup. Hero pulls away. Poking in. Shin likewise building up a greater Ling Roach force. I'm sure he wants to preserve resources to make mutas, but I mean the Stalkers are here in his face here and now. Forced to engage, reinforcing with purely Ling. He's preserving his gas. Sure, Hero is noticing that there's no Ravagers yet. Getting into Charge Archon behind this, no Disruptors, no Colossus. Staying on a gateway heavy composition, reinforcing with more Stalkers. See if Hero can push forward, can gain ground. Shin is going to be collapsing in. Oh, the stasis. Oh, gets baited. Actually not here by Shin. Baits out the stasis, collapsing on the Stalkers, and behind this 6 mutas are on the way. That is enough to one-shot probes. Mutas are in production. It's going to be risky. We'll see if he can get across the map unscattered. So far, Hero has no idea. Hero is in the dark. Shin trying to collapse in. Stasis. Oh my god! Massive connection. The Links get caught out. I don't think I've seen many more than this many Links getting caught by one stasis. Well, the mutas, they get across the map. They get into the Mineral Lines. Probes are going down. Hero, he pulls a trigger. The slow lots are coming in. The slow lots, they hit the 4th. Stalkers trading with the Ravagers. They do focus them down. And blinking over the wall, going for the 5th hatchery. Yeah, that 5th base is denied. And the 4th is getting low. Oh, he gets it. Oh, yeah, despite the transfuse. 4th base goes down. And these mutas have not done enough. They've gotten a couple of probes, that is true, but not that many. There go, more probes falling. Not bad, getting another 6 probe kills. Busting into the main. And Shin, he's done with muta production. He's doubling down on Lingbane Roach Ravager. He's pushing out towards the 3rd. Bailey's not yet ready, but Shin, he's maxed out. He's maxing. 28 Bailings on the way. Bailing speed is done. Here we go. Shin, he does pull the trigger. Up. Whilst they do connect, Bailings, they get into the Mineral Line. Boys being pulled away. And they will escape. Despite that, 12 probes go down. Ooh. Shin gets an Oracle. Shin pulling away. Did not rebuild his expansion. Uh-oh. Shin going for the gold. Remaxing once again. And Shin is all in. Shin, he's opting to avoid upgrades. He has 1-1, but he's skipping 2-2. No Hydrogen, no Infestation Pit, just purely Ling Roach Ravager. One way or another. Either he breaks Hero or he dies trying. Pulling out the final mutas. 28 more Links on the way. Shin, he can still sustain his army. Again, Hero did decide to avoid any kind of Colossus. Immortal gets caught out. Stalkers being forced back. Blinking over the wall. Nice movement here by Hero. Going for the gold. Shin having a hard time engaging massive Storm here in the Mineral Line. Storm goes off. High Templar going down. Bailey's they do connect. They force the Archon. High Templar should survive. Bailey's crashing forward. And Shin, it looks like he might barely have enough. Oh, I say that the Ravagers are being targeted down. The Stalkers, they just keep on pushing. The Archon did survive. Just a little bit longer. Here, he wasn't trading too poorly, but he's being overwhelmed. There's just too much Zerg. There's too much Swarm. Shin, he's broken the main army. Gets up the goal base. And he has to keep going. He has to keep pushing. Denies the gold. Stellar reinforcements have arrived. Shin has to kite back. Bleeding out a lot of Ravagers. The Ravagers are falling one after the other. The final Ravager is going to be targeted as well. It just purely Ling Roach now. Oh my god, and here he turns the tables. Warps in the Stalkers. Saves the Immortal. No shot, and does Hero have too much? Again, Shin has been completely all in this entire time. So close to breaking this. The juggling comes in. Saves the Immortal. Once again. Ling reinforces, they trade well. Stalkers are falling. Hero running out of steam. Oh my god, but there's no Ravagers, there's no Biles. The Warping does finish. GG gets called, and Hero, he barely has enough, and Hero will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Hero will claim the series. It was a very close game. Again, Shin was completely all in. He had no backup plan behind it. He was up, what, 30, 40, 50 army supply, but barely was unable to break through. There was some brutal storms, some very nice control out of Hero, saving those Archons, saving the Immortals with the War Prism Micro, and did eventually just outtrade and just outlast Shin. GG. GG, well played. Oh, hold on. There we go. GG, well played. Hero will take it, and with that, we have our two finalists. It's going to be a PvT between Hero and Beyond. Here we go. Here we go, we're getting ready here for those grand finals. Just need a moment to set things up and to get the videos going. Go. Just setting things up. Again, vetoes are underway, and we will soon be able to jump into those grand finals, the best of 5. The best of 5 between Beyond and Hero. What a comeback. It was intense. Just a very, very scrappy game there towards the end. Very close. But it looks like our players need some time. Looks like our players, they do need time. Casters asking for a break as well. Do not blame them. So we're going to be heading off for a couple of minutes before coming back with that best of 5 grand finals. So don't go anywhere, or at least make sure you come back for that best of 5. See you guys soon. See you soon. fans, welcome back everyone, welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely Brutal OC as we have returned with the final series of the night. We've returned with the grand finals of the Ursasaurus Cup number 4. A massive shout out to Ursa TV and to Protostegosaurus for funding this event, for sponsoring and making this event a reality. A big shout out to all the other community casters as well. Shout out to Dave Testa, Steadfast, Pig, and Enki, Rocklets, and every other caster out there. Thank you so much, everyone coming together, making this event a reality. Now we're jumping into the best of 5. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have our South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Beyond. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent getting... We have the blue Protoss player from South Korea representing Weibo Gaming. It is Hero. Already. Goddamn. Red Protoss. As we do see, Beyond being a little bit cheeky, does skirt around the edge of the map and is going for an eBay block here at the natural. A cheeky start here for Beyond will delay the expansion as we do settle in. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is time to get your Gamba going. Oh my god. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will be this week's champion. Will it be Hero or will it be Beyond? Will it be our Protoss or our Terran player? Best of luck in the chat. Let's go. So in the chat, I'm late, but I saw the bracket. Looks like Beyond got his mojo back. It never went any. What do you mean? It was 2 weeks ago. That was the week of Beyond. Shaking my head. We're literally 2 weeks ago. Beyond was winning everything. But I guess he had a week off, and that means the mojo was gone. Cap. But we are going to be settling in. But what is important is that Hero has returned. We mentioned this earlier, but may as well reiterate coming into the grand finals. Hero post EWC did go on vacation. He did take like a month off. Hero has been absent from all these tournaments, from Ursasaurus, Wardy TVs, Tenacious Turtle Tussles. Hero has been just enjoying himself, just taking a break, spending time with his wife, of course, with his family. After EWC, I don't blame him. It was an intense tournament. After WTL as well. And now Hero's back. He's back after a bit of a hiatus. And to make it all the way to the finals is impressive. But Hero did stumble on his way here. He did show some weakness against Shin earlier. True. Did drop a map to Shin. But we'll see how Hero compares to Beyond. We shall see, as Beyond behind this is going to be opening up with a factory follow-up after forcing the unnatural natural. We have seen players abuse this by going into Hellion, but no, Beyond is going into Cyclone instead. So double or reactored Cyclone opener here by Beyond, designed to try to punish this expansion. Again, the unnatural natural. We'll see if he can. Not just going to be 2, he's doubling down, going up to 4 Cyclones. Now, this response used to be a lot more common at the start of the year, back in the previous patch of Cyclone. With the newer Cyclone, it's a little bit less effective. The army is spotted. Ooh, Hero did open up Stargate. That is a Stargate opener out of Hero. He's going to be defending with Phoenixes. It's not going to be an easy defense here for Hero. We'll see if he can pull it off. Can lift Cyclone. Can and will. There we go. Very nice catch. If Beyond had waited for an extra wave of Cyclones, then I would have been concerned for Hero, but Hero shuts down one, forces back the other, and the backup Cyclones are a little bit too late. They're a little bit too late to help support. So a very, very nice start here for Hero. It could have been so much worse if Beyond had banked up and moved out with 4 Cyclones instead. Maybe a different outcome. As Beyond is not stopping. He's not... He is not stopping. I'm reminded of a couple of weeks ago, I mentioned before that Beyond, it was 2 weeks ago where he was winning everything, and one of the builds that he did whip out against Protoss was Mass Cyclone into a form of mech. Cyclone production has continued, and I believe Beyond went up to, was it 12 Cyclones? Right now he's on, what would have been 6, now getting up to 8. I want to say 10 to 12. But we'll see. There we go. There's the second factory. It is going to be mech. So Beyond, he is embracing mech once again. This is not the first time we've seen this build. He is making Gumiho very happy. He's making Gumiho proud. Going into Mass Cyclone. From here, should be getting into, I almost said Hyperflight Rotors. Hurricane Engines. That's it. The Hurricane Engines. And then once he has enough Cyclones, getting into tank production. behind this hero, still just fortifying himself, moving out with a Stalker Phoenix, getting to a Bay behind this, into Colossus. Now, what is interesting to me, as he does confirm some of these Cyclones, is that even though we've seen this build before, because Hero has been on a break, I don't know if Hero's played against this. Like, the last time we saw Beyond do this was, what, like last week? 2 weeks ago? And that was during the absence of Hero. So I'm curious how Hero will approach this. Oh, as he can lift every single... Oh, he lifts every single Cyclone! The Cyclones get caught out. They all get lifted. Hero, do you lift? Of course, Bobby. He shuts every single one down. GG gets called. And Hero will take game number 1. GG. Let's go. Hero does take the first game. Again, unfortunately for Beyond, he had his army split up. He had Cyclones that were busy, or they were being kept back in the main and in the natural. The reason for this is because Beyond was getting ready for, like, harass defense. He was expecting the Phoenixes to kind of pivot in between the bases and harass the mineral lines, so Beyond was split between them. Because of that, he was pulled apart, he was left fragmented, and he was picked apart. GG, well played. Very, very nice handling of the situation. Especially when it comes to this kind of mech style in TVP, it really hits its stride in the mid game. Once all the production gets up and running, once the upgrades kick in, once Beyond gets into tank production as well, it can really look terrifying. I mean, we've seen that many times against Showtime, in Gumiho vs Showtime, in Stars War 11, in Home Story Cup. Like, mech kind of is a very niche build in TVP and has its place, but Hero shut it down well ahead of time. GG, well played. A very dominant showing there by Hero. But I don't think we're going to be seeing Mass Cyclone again in this series. Maybe like in Game 4, but not here in Game 2 or 3. And here we go. We're getting into Post-Youth for our second game. We're diving into Post-Youth, and here we go. Spawning. Oh, God, they switch places. God damn it. Hold on, I'll fix up the colors. There we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of a Post-Youth, we have... Oh, I have to fix that up. We have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. Down to the series, we'll see if we can bounce back. It is Beyond. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming. It is Hero. Hero is washed. Hero is literally the best Protoss in the world. What are you saying? Someone in the chat is outing themselves as someone that doesn't watch StarCraft. Oh my god. Bappy, you should watch more StarCraft. Ah. As Hero is going to be opening up with the Gate Expand. And likewise, Beyond opening up with a more economic opener as well. Rax Expand from our Terran player. So we're going to be calming things down here in the early game. We're going to be settling in. Are going to be settling in. Ooh, now it's going to be Hero's turn to be the aggressor. Pylon has been placed. Hero setting up for a proxy. Cybercore Zone is done. I'm curious if Hero's going to be going for a proxy Stargate or just a gateway. I'm curious. No shot. Hero does go for the gate the gate expanded to Cybercore. Okay, he's coming back in. I imagine going for the Stargate. That would make the most sense. Otherwise, it should be a regular gateway. Hero building up. Gathering gas. Warps in an Adept. Now has enough, and there it is. There we go. 150 gas is going for the Stargate. Stargate opener here by Hero. Reaper does dive in. Adepts are keeping up. And Beyond is going to be zoned away. It's going to be zoned back. Beyond behind this going 3cc. Beyond is very fond of 3cc 3-backs. Does typically do it on larger maps like Side Delta. It is bold of him to do it here on Post Youth, but it is a more defendable map. And the Reaper literally does a 360 and goes around the location of the proxy. Doesn't scout, doesn't get eyes on this, and there's a lot of potential for Hero to get damage done. The Oracle is on the way. Now behind this, there's no Cyclones, there's no Vikings, it's only vanilla Marines to defend. Now Marines, they can hold their own against Oracles in high numbers, but only in high numbers. So we have 4 so far. Oracles on the way. We'll see if Hero can punish the greed of Björn. Dipping into the main. Reaper is shut down, gets eyes on the additional gateways, gets eyes on the Twilight Council. Oracle does reveal itself, but the Marines are ready for it. Yeah, only 2 SCV kills. The Oracle does get eyes on the 3rd CC. Gets another worker. Ooh, getting to 4, but it does cost it its life. Not the best trade for Hero. 4 workers for 1 Oracle. Ay, ay, ay. So nice defense out of Björn. And from here, Björn is going to be able to stabilize, going to be able to build up, and get into a very fast 3rd base, and he's looking to snowball out of control in the mid-game. Like, the power of this build by Björn is getting his 3rd up and running. Like, this fast 3rd base has yet to really come into play. Once it does, the Terran player can just skyrocket ahead in supply. And Hero has been unable to punish this. Does invest into a 2nd Oracle, but now there's a turret, now there's more Marines. Yeah, the chances of getting damage done is that much lower. Hero does get 1 SCV. Oh, not even! Oh my god! Gets 1! No! 1 SCV for 1 Oracle. Not a good trade here as Hero gets shut down. Behind this, Hero is transitioning into Blink Stalkers. I imagine Blink Stalkers. Twilight Council is done. Army's moving out. But a lot of his tech has been delayed, and there we go. Blink is now on the way. And there's just so much pressure on Hero. And I think we can really contest against this army. Yeah, the Marines, they do stim out. I mean, stim is almost done. And I don't see Hero really saving much of this army. It does actually trade quite well against a lot of the Marines. Surprisingly well. The Adepts, they got a lot of damage there. That's crazy. Oh my god. I underestimated Guardian Shield. But that was 17 Marines for 3 Stalkers and 3 Adepts. What's important here is that this means that the sim timing and the potential counterattack for Björn is that much weaker, as he lost the majority of his Marines. But I don't think that really matters too much here. I mentioned before that the power of this build isn't necessarily the stim timing, it's the 3rd base timing. And the 3rd base is on the way. I do like Hero taking the gold. It is a good way to stabilize and try to keep up with the economy of Björn. Rushing into the gold base is the 4th. So Hero is still in this. The gold base can be a big factor here for Hero. Likewise, it shades in, gets an SCV. Does manage to get an SCV. Meanwhile, Björn is going to be rotating towards that center base, going for the gold. Shield batteries are done, but where's the army? The Artosis pylon is going to go down. A brutal pickoff. Hero was not in position. The base should fall. And Björn, he can just keep going from here. Can just keep going. Stalkers have arrived, but the base goes down. And Björn is stimming in. He smells blood. He wants to go for the kill. He wants to go for the throw. Gets a sentry. Reinforcements have arrived. Hero will hold. But again, the way for Hero to come back in this game was the gold. It was denied. It was punished. Gold base has to be rebuilt. Behind this, Björn on assault 3 base economy. And now Björn can focus on his army. Now he can focus on just building up and moving out. Björn does need some time to gather up his forces, get his production going. Also, some armor is almost done. Armory as well for +2. And behind this, Hero is still stuck with a gateway composition. So it's going to be Stalkers and Zealots. there's no Temple Archives, there's no Robotics Bay. It's going to be a tough fight for Hero. And we spoke earlier, like, the power of this 3cc build is the mid-game, and you can see Beyond, he's up, what, 40 supply? That's a lot of supply, papi. It's a lot of supply. Beyond is moving out. He's got his upgrades, got Sim, Combat Shields, plenty of Marauders. And nice spread here with the Winter Mines. And despite the concave here from Hero, his army just doesn't really contest against all these Marauders. Does have the Overcharge though. Overcharge gets popped, Shield Battery gets targeted down. Winter Mines haven't really come into play, but now they're finally going to be going up. Hero, he will hold. He does defend. He survives the first wave, but that was immediately wave 1. And here come the reinforcements. Beyond is gearing up and getting ready for wave number 2. The aggression does not end. And the dominoes are falling, one after the other, in favor of Beyond. Each defense is now much more difficult here for Hero. He's going to dive in. Wintermine shot's about to go up on the Zealots. Oof, massive connections. And Beyond, he's broken through. Once again, the 4th base is going to fall. There's no saving it. Not this time, or not anymore. Nexus falls. Reinforcements have arrived. Boys are being pulled. Bit of a desperation moment here from Hero. But he is overwhelmed. GG gets called, and Beyond ties up the series 1-1. GG. We have a back and forth. We have a back and forth, which is all we wanted. It is not going to be a 3-0 in either direction. We're tied up. We are tied up. Again, winding it back, a big reason why this game played out the way that it did. As a reminder, Hero did open up Proxy Stargate, and if you recall, the proxied oracles didn't really get much damage done. The first oracle killed 4 SCVs, the second oracle killed 1 SCV. That was 5 workers for 2 oracles. The oracles were killed, they were shut down, and Beyond was able to freely take his third, because Beyond was being quite greedy there, going 3cc, 3 racks. So the greed wasn't punished, the opener of Hero was, and did fall behind. Hero's comeback mechanic, his way to bounce back in that game, was to rush into the gold, as we saw, but he wasn't able to hold on to it. The first time he took it, did go down. Hero was out of position, the base fell, and yeah, with that, Beyond was looking quite secure. Looking very secure, and with that, we're getting into game 3 and spawning in... God, they keep switching sides! God damn it. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkion, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Shopify. It is Beyond. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Weibo Gaming. It is Hero. Here we go. But yes, as Centric Kid is saying in the chat, yeah, a lot of it did come down to the early game. Like the initial proxy, the lack of damage, the build of choice of Beyond as well, like it all just led into Beyond snowballing out of control. Speaking of openers, interesting, we do have Beyond opening up with a hidden proxy racks. Let's go. Opening up double gas as well. See Hero 10-meter scouts, getting behind the mineral line. I know they're laughing at least. Beyond's like, get out of here. What are you... Hero won't be shut down. You know what I want to believe? That Beyond's like, oh, where's my racks? Where is it? Where did it go? You don't know where it is. It's in your main. And Hero's like, what are you saying? It's not in my main. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Hero with his probe, it looks like he will actually... Oh, will he? He will. He will scout the racks. Very nicely done. Hero, he doesn't take the bait, does find the proxy. Hero, he's like, mate, what are you doing? And Beyond is like, TT. Smooch. So Beyond trying to mind game, trying to big brain Hero, alas, doesn't quite work. Ideally, this forces an overreaction. Ideally, you do want to... Oh my god, he's going for Marauder? Okay. Double gas into factory with proxy Marauder. Is this a one base? This looks like a one base all in. Beyond, he's committing. Okay. And I mean, Hero, he's feeling safe, he's feeling secure. Hero, he saw the fake proxy, he's like, okay, I guess it's a normal build. It's anything but. Here come the Marauders. So Bjorn being quite flexible. Yep, starport's on the way. It's a one base all in. One base all in out of Bjorn. And if Hero isn't too careful, if Hero doesn't rescout, if he doesn't realize what's going on, then it could all end here and now. Now, thankfully, Hero is getting a safety shield battery. We'll have an overcharge. Overcharge is going to be available at the natural. Ooh, opening up Twilight Council. That is a little bit scary because I believe the initial Twilight Council upgrade will not be a part of the defense. Whether he goes into Blink or Charge, I mean, most likely Blink. If there was a Robo, he could crank out an Immortal, which would be ideal. And I'm hoping he throws down additional gateways. It's going to be a 2-gate setup here for Hero. I'm hoping he throws down a 3rd gateway. But again, Hero is still in the dark. Hero did not follow up with... I mean, he did follow up with an Adept, but he's keeping up with the Reaper. And beyond, he's just rallying across the map. So it's going to be Marauders to deal with the Gateway Army and Hellions to eviscerate the economy. So Marauder Hellion. Stim is being researched. Okay. That I was not expecting. Stim is also on the way. It's going to be 3 Marauders, soon to be 4. Medevac has arrived. Oh boy, this is going to be a tough defense for Hero. This is his army. He has 1 Stalker and 1 Adept. He's getting caught out, and that might just be game. Stalker goes down. Another Stalker coming in. Shield battery gets targeted. Boys are being pulled. But that's what the Hellions are for. Yeah, the workers are lining up, but they do get a nice surround. The Medevac was late. Medevac saves 2 of the Marauders. Stalker putting in a lot of damage. Oh, there's the question mark. Hero trying to figure out what the hell just happened. Oh my god. And Bjorn is laughing. And he's breaking into the main base, takes out another Stalker. There's 2 left. And there's a shield battery. Oh, barely out of range though. 1 Stalker remaining. Blink is on the way, but it looks like it might not come into play. There's the overcharge. Overcharge gets popped. Hero, can he hold? Can he hold? He can. Takes out the Hellion. And remember, Hero, he may have lost 17 probes, but he's still up in worker. I say he's up. He's still got a healthy probe count and 2 bases. Ooh, Medevac falls. I'm guessing another Stalker gets both. GG gets called. Nothing left, and Bjorn will take a lead in the series. GG. GG, well played. Again, it was a 1 base all in, and Hero had no follow-up scout. If you remember, Hero, he had a false sense of security because he scouted the racks, and it was a fake proxy location. It was, of course, a fake proxy, and with that, Hero, he was caught with his pants down. Bjorn snowballs out of control and does take the game, but that was a very unorthodox build, very unorthodox game. Hero clearly had no idea what the hell was happening. I was like, what's going on right now? What just happened? Bjorn's like, what do you mean? I proxied you. Obviously. Clearly. The mind games have mind games. Exactly. The fake proxy suddenly turned into a real one. And with that, we're getting into our next game. We're getting into game number 4. And does the series end here and now? Or does Hero bring it back? We haven't seen a standard game yet. We have yet to embrace a standard mid-game and a macro back and forth. It's all been crazy. It's all been chaotic. And we'll see if that continues. We'll see if that does continue, as spawning into the bottom right hand corner of Side Delta. I was just switching the names over. In the bottom right hand corner, we have our South Korean Terran player for Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 2-1, 1 game away from becoming this week's Ursasaurus Cup champion. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming. Down in the series, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is Hero. We go. Hello, Mr. SCV. As Bjorn is going to be skirting around the edge of the map, and it looks like he's going for an eBay block. He's sneaking up on the natural expansion, and the goal here, similarly to previously in the series, is to force the unnatural natural out of Hero. We saw this on Oceanborn earlier today. Now, if you remember, because of the proxy eBay, that means that Bjorn, despite going for a single gas opener, cannot afford a CC. He's going to be going for a factory on the high ground instead. Now, on Oceanborn, this led into reactored Cyclone production, into Mass Cyclone, into Mech. Because it didn't work on Oceanborn, I don't see Beyond kind of doing that again here on Side Delta. Still will go for the factory, but this can just lead into, you know, initial safety Cyclone, into Bio, into 311. We'll keep an eye on Beyond. Oh my god. Here he wants the SCV. Doesn't quite get it. SCV survives. Hero forsake the unnatural natural. eBay is cancelled. And the damage has been done. Hero is now exposed. And how does Hero respond? With a Stargate or with the Twilight Council? Now we saw again on Oceanborn did open up Stargate to help defend, to help protect his bases. Probe does fall. CC on the high ground. It's not going to be a one base all in this time. Now what is interesting to me... Oh. Hello. What's going on? Now, if you remember, I assumed that because of the EBA, we were going to be going for a Rax into Factory. Instead, it was Rax Reaper into Add-on, and it's going to be a 3 Rax follow-up. Okay, it's been a while. Has been a while since we've embraced this. Meanwhile, Hero reading this very well, going for a Robo Opener. Okay, so a couple different things. One, 3 Rax is a stim timing. This is a very bio-heavy, very marine-heavy, and Marauder stim timing here for Beyond. Can hit like a truck, it can overwhelm, it can kill a Protoss player if they open Stargate. It's not a Stargate though, it's a Robo. And a Robo Opener typically indicates defensive play. It leads into earlier Immortal, it leads into earlier potentially Colossus production as well. This can be Robo into Bay, into Colossus. The Reaper will confirm, Beyond knows. So important scout here by Beyond. He is aware of the more defensive style here by Hero. Ooh, gets a second probe. Now the question becomes, does Hero indeed go for the Bay and go into Fast Colossus, or does he go for a safety Immortal and go into, you know, a Twilight Council into Blink Stalker? Hero is working with incomplete information. Doesn't exactly know what's going on. For all Hero knows, it could be 3CC. Like we saw in Post-Youth. You know, our Stim is on the way, Marauder should be amassing. Bjorn is aware of the potential of Immortals and Colossus. Gases are being taken. And Hero is just now moving out with the Observer. Getting a second Observer as well. And with the Observer, he should be able to confirm. But it is going to be a tough defense. Now, typically, in this situation, if Hero scouts this and if he realizes what's going on, all he has to do is warp in sentries, and then he can defend on 2 bases. He can very easily defend, all he has to do is force field the ramp, and the Bio Army does nothing. The problem is, because of the unnatural natural, force fields are quite limited in their usefulness here. The third base, or the natural, is very exposed, so it's going to be a much more difficult defense for Hero. He does confirm. Observer gets sniped, but at least he gets eyes on the opener. Stim is almost done. Hero is indeed skipping the Immortal, going for a War Prism into a Twilight Council. Risky move here by Hero, but it looks like he wants to try and take the fight to Beyond. This is also like the correct move. Ideally, because Beyond should be moving out... Never mind. I was going to say he should be moving out without Medivacs, but he's going for a later timing. He is going for the add-on swap. So typically he moves out like just purely with Marine Marauder, and then ideally the Protoss player wants to bait out a Stim, because every Stim does hurt, every Stim does kill. But we're setting up for Medivacs. Johnny's moving out a little bit later. Depot goes down. There's the add-on swap. Medivac's going to be on the horizon. But yeah, this is a unique adaptation out of Beyond. A later move out, a later timing. Like, Stim is already done, and Beyond is staying back at home for now. This is giving Hero more time. The Observer gets caught. Nice catch here by Beyond. Hero behind this, rushing into Storm. Additional gateways. There's a safety shield battery at the third. It's weird calling it the natural. It's you know, the second base. At the third location. And now Beyond can break free. You have a drop towards the left. Just a singular medevac drop. Usually we would see the double drop. We'd see 16 Marines moving out across the map. Beyond being a little more conservative here. Moving out with a singular drop, and his main army does push through the center. Is spotted by the observer. Storm is done. But it is only 8 Marines. Whose nation does catch the drop. And that does distract Hero. Oh. Hero, he's being pulled apart, he's being distracted, and here comes the main army of Bjorn. He sims in. He's going for the natural. He's diving into the natural base. Hero out of position. Going into the main even. Oh my god. Bjorn, he just walks right in. Does force a recall. Do we get a storm? Sentries that get targeted down. Oof. Massive pickoffs. Storms are coming in. Oh my god, that was an insane storm. The army gets cleaned up at the same time. Marines, they bust into the natural. Overcharge gets buffed. And Hero does warp it in time, but it's going to cost him workers. 8 probe kills. Hero holds. Honestly, a pretty nice defense here by Hero. It cost him a lot of sentries, cost him 8 workers, but that could have been game. That could have been it. Now Hero's moving out with the counterattack. How many High Templar? 2. 2 never mind. 1 High Templar in the War Prism. 1 Storm. Drop gets spotted. Hero is aware. Hero getting surrounded. Not like this. The army comes in from behind. Storm will zone away. Hero cannot push in. Does have to retreat. Very tense game state here. Hero getting away with a Zealot drop. There is somewhat of an army in position. Is going for the double drop into the main. Once again, going for the mineral line. Probes are going down. Gain 2 workers. Going for the forge. And the forge is going to fall. And massive pick off. The army is overstun, but brutal positioning. Here, going for the feedback. Oh! Getting full medevac. Very nicely done. Full medevac goes down. Well, High Templar exposed. Gets 1. Gets 2. Oof. 2 High Templar, and all the Marines do survive. Aye, aye, aye. Finally going to be shut down, but very nice pick. Here he wants another High Templar. He gets it. No, gets a 3rd High Templar. Massive pick off the trades. That was like, what, 6 Marines? If not 5? Oof. But that could have been 3 extra storms. Last Hero moving out, does have a solid Zealot count. Still going for the dive, still has 2 storms. Prism is getting low. Drops High Templar, lands 1 storm. Just the 1. Gets the tank, but Bjorn will hold. Another High Templar goes down. And another. Yeah, Bjorn, he snipes every single High Templar. Without storms, how can Hero contest against this? He cannot. The Immortals are going down. And Bjorn, he can keep pushing. Brutal losses for the Protoss. Losing the High Templar, the Immortals just down to gateway units. And Hero's in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble here. And Bjorn knows that he's rallying across the map. Behind this, 3rd CC was heavily delayed. Very late 3rd base. Bjorn on 2 bases, taking into Ghost, which is crazy. Pushing forward. Going for the kill. Zealous, they will catch some SCVs, but Bjorn, there's no reason to turn around. There's no reason. Massive EMP. No storms. There's 1 storm coming in. Oh, the EMP lands. Yeah, the EMPs are brutal, and Bjorn is snowballing out of control. There's almost nothing left to defend. Boys are being pulled. It's going to be a meat grinder. So many probes falling. Nova goes off. Massive connection. The Novas. Not bad. But is it worth it? Doesn't matter. As Bjorn targets out every single Stalker. Doesn't quite get the Disruptor, but he gets 21 probe kills. And behind this, Bjorn establishes his own 3rd. Does establish his 3rd base. And Hero, he's on his last legs. Desperately trying to hold on, taking another expansion. getting into more disruptors. And I mean, disruptors, they are the great equalizer. They have a lot of potential for damage, as we saw. The only reason why Hero is still in this game is because of that Nova, because of that disruptor. But there's only so much they can do. Oh my god. Oh, the juggling. Bjorny saves the Winter Mines. Saves. Oh, never mind. There's one left. Jumping in. There he goes off. No! Getting 2 probe kills, but does get the Winter Mine in the end. And Bjorny's just rallying across the map. He's just overwhelming his opponents. Yeah, disruptors, they're not going to do much here. They get targeted down one after the other. There's just not enough support. Not enough sustain. And the third base is being broken. Bjorny snowballing out of control. Nova goes off once again. Doesn't connect. We do get a storm. Bjorny stands in it. It doesn't matter. He can keep going. He can stim. He can win. There's 3 Stalkers left. 2 Stalkers. GG gets called, and Bjorn will take the series 3-1, becoming this week's Ursasaurus Cup champion. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Bjorn as he will take the series. It was a very chaotic series as well. I mentioned before, we did not get a single macro game. We didn't really get any kind of standard macro openers or any kind of standard back and forth mid game. It was very chaotic, a lot of proxies, a lot of aggression, a lot of all-ins, just hyper aggression between Hero and Bjorn, which is what we appreciate. It's what we want. It's what we're here for. It's what we're here for. The closest we got to quote-unquote macro was post-youth, if you recall, where Bjorn went into 3cc and snowballed out of control. But even then, it wasn't much of a back and forth. Like, the failed proxy did kind of determine a lot of how that game went. And with that, congratulations. Congratulations to Bjorn. But a shout out to Hero, because even though Hero goes down here, remember, as I mentioned before, Hero has been on hiatus. Ever since EWC and WTL wrapped up, Hero, he has been taking a break. He has been on vacation, and now he's back. Now he's back, of course, a little bit rusty around the edges, but still made it to the finals, don't get me wrong. And I'm sure Hero is going to be looking to shake that rust off and get back into the grind, get back into the swing of things here. Again, we do have 5 open cups a week. We have the Sparkling Tuna Cup, we have Tenacious Turtle Tussle, we have Ursasaurus Cup, we have the Wardy TV Mondays, we have a KSRS. We have plenty of open cups here, and I'm sure Hero is going to be embracing them alongside everyone else. Here we go. With that, GG, well played. Congratulations. Oh. Sorry, I'm messaging Bjorn. I have to. We have to find out. Did Bjorn sleep today, or did he pull an all-nighter? Last week. You know what? So I asked Bjorn. I was like, "Papi, did you sleep today?" And he's like, "Yes, I need sleep." Z. Beautiful, beautiful. But Bjorn is an animal. Bjorn is one of the few, I think he's the only player actually that stays up and plays in every single open cup. He is, again, very much so a grinder, and yeah, with that, takes it all in the end. GG, well played. A sleep-deprived Bjorn is a Bjorn on another level. Another level. We saw that last week as well. Did see that last week. Am I crazy? Was Bjorn last week's champion? Yeah, he was. Yeah. Who was the person that said that Bjorn was like slumping or something? Wait, what do you mean? He won last week's tournament as well over Max Packs. He's been winning everything. Watch some more StarCraft, Matthew. Watch some more StarCraft. With that, GG. GG, well played. And yeah, with that, we're wrapping up. We're wrapping up here. We're kind of putting a pin on the tail end of all these open cups. We just wrapped up this week's tournaments, and we will be having the rest of the night off, of course. The rest of the evening, we are going to be having free. There's no second broadcast tonight, and our next broadcast should be, I believe, tomorrow. Let me just double check. So as Bjorn is our back-to-back champion, sorry, not tomorrow, in 2 days. In 2 days' time, we're going to be We're going to be hosting the Pondcast. If you're curious, what is the Pondcast? Well, if you don't have the time to watch everything, which I don't blame you. I mean, I don't even have the time to cast everything. Even we have to sleep at some point. during the European tournaments. But if you can't always tune into these events, then we do have a weekly wrap-up show. We have the podcast every single Thursday, and during the podcast, we go over the week's events, the week's content, and the week's results of online tournaments, well, just tournaments in general. So if you're interested, if you want to hear our take on things, if you want to hear us, just go over the events, the storylines, the return of Hero, the return of Zound last week, which we did talk about, and many other events. There's a lot that did occur, like Young Yakov left the Platinum Heroes. We had some more tournaments popping up as well. There's a lot to go over. We'll go over it in a couple of days on the podcast. So if you're interested, we got you covered there. Again, it's been a while since we've had a regular kind of talk show for SC2. And because we have some downtime, because we're in the off season, we have some free time to host a show like that. So yeah, there you go. So if you're interested, we got you covered in 2 days. In 2 days' time. Duh. There we go. And with that, we are wrapping up. We're going to be wrapping up here. The next cast, again, the next show on the channel is going to be in 2 days. Until then, enjoy yourselves. Have a great time. Have a great week. Oh boy, it's been quite intense. I would love some rest, but at the same time, even though I am a little bit tired, by a little bit I mean a lot tired. But I'm a little tired. It's time to ladder. It's time to ladder, Poppy. Let's go. Here we go. Again, I haven't been able to stream and I haven't been able to ladder in a long time, just because we've been busy casting. But because we only had one cast today, may as well hop over and have a cheeky ladder session. Don't expect too much. I am quite fatigued. not gonna lie. I have a little bit fatigued, so we're gonna smurge, Pappy. We're gonna smurge. I might actually make some coffee. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. But I did want to ladder at least for a couple of hours. So if you're interested, you can follow me on my own personal channel at light_VIP on Twitch. I do stream whenever I can, usually for busy casting though, especially in an intense schedule. I do avoid streaming and I do avoid laddering just so I can like preserve my energy for casting. But because we have some free time, may as well ladder. Otherwise, thanks for watching, thanks for the support. You can follow us on all things CranKy Ducklings, !socials in the chat, and you can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings. We do stream on YouTube as well as Twitch. VODs are available on YouTube instantly as well under the live tab. So if you want to tune into some of these matches, if you want to tune into some of our casts, but you can't tune in live, then check out the VODs. Check out the VODs on YouTube and on Twitch as well. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. You can support us by following, by subscribing. You can check out our Patreon as well. And we'll see you guys in a couple of days for the podcast. Until then, thanks for watching. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.